So, you want to be a star. You want the heat of the spotlight, the world's gaze cast your way. Well, my friends, you've come to the right place. This is the tournament where stars are born. 28 enter and only 7 leave. Those 7 are backstabbing ninjas. This is the Broadway of the diplomacy world. The place that takes center stage, where you can make a name for yourself. Certitude, decisiveness, guile, and combativeness are the only words in their script. Everybody who's anybody has played this game, but only a few, however, leave. The 2024 DBN Invitational Semifinals Weekend.
And welcome back to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the DBN Invitational Semifinals weekend. After a day filled with surprising upsets and marathon battles in the first chance games, we're set for another round of high-stakes diplomacy in the last chance stage. With the championship season on the line, the fight for the final spots in the championship games starts right now. I would like to welcome to this broadcast 3 fantastic analysts joining me. My name is Brian Preble. I will be your host for today's show. And I'd like to, first of all, welcome back to the stream Andrew Zick. Andrew is the organizer of the Nexus Press League. Welcome back, Andrew. And also joining us, Marcus Zylstra, member of our first ever Super 7 for the DBN Invitational, back when we had no idea what we were doing. Marcus, welcome back.
Thank you.
And joining us today, we have 2022 World Champion Dan Lester in the broadcast booth.
Hi guys, pleasure to be here.
And this broadcast team that you're seeing on screen is just a very small part of our larger team. Kevin O'Kelly has been hard at work producing this broadcast all weekend. We've got Ben Kelman, who's been on the sidelines, and we would not be able to do these games without our GMs, Dave Maletsky, Steve Hogue, Sabi Ahuja, and Hal Schild gets a shout out for all of the media videos that he's produced over this weekend. Brandon Fogel building all of the work in Dipcast. We've got a fantastic crew, and we're glad you're here for it. We want to thank each of you for watching our games here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, especially to those of you joining us in Dip Chat. Dip Chat on our DBN YouTube channel during the broadcast is one of my favorite parts of each show. We've got an amazing community. We've got a ton of competition and camaraderie. It is one of the highlights of this weekend is being able to interact with this community. Our broadcast would not be the same without it. So thank you all. First up, I would like to introduce the concept, what is the DBN Invitational? So for those of you who are not aware, back during the pandemic era, we started a series of games. We didn't have anything else to do. We were locked away in quarantine, decided, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we took all the winners of these games and had them battle it out at the end of the year to see who was the greatest? And it was a big hit. We have continued to do it ever since. Peter McNamara winning our first DBN Invitational. Second being Jason Massbaum in 2022-23, Brandon Fogel. This is our 4th DBN Invitational, setting up for quite the showdown. Marcus, can you introduce the tournament? How does the DBN Invitational work? How do our players make it to the championship game?
Certainly. So we had 28 of the world's best players coming in yesterday, ready to play. They each played in 1 game. That was 4 games total, and only the winners advanced. In this tournament, you have to top that board in order to progress. So we had our four winners, I believe, Matthew Tatonchi, oh yeah, here we go, Doug Malott in Game 2, Johnny Gillum in Game 3, and Christopher Ward in Game 4. They've advanced directly to the championship game here. Now, the losers from those games, they've progressed into the last chance now. They are going to be playing 3 more games. The bottom 3 seeds from the losers group have been eliminated in the first chance. And those 3 games, they're now the last chance to qualify. They have to top those boards, otherwise they're not getting there. So the winner from round 1, board 1 here will progress. The winner from round 2, board 1 will progress, and round 2, board 2 will progress. Everyone else is out. So on top of this, we've got the Paris method for selecting countries in these games. The Paris method, you'll probably be very familiar with it by now if you've been watching this channel. It's used all over the world in lots of diplomacy tournaments. It basically allows you to pick where you're going to select your country. So that's actually really important in diplomacy. You might initially assume, hey, it's always best to pick first because then I get the best choice of countries. You know, I can pick France, a very, very strong country. But in fact, sometimes you want to drop a bit further down so that you can see where other people select. And in fact, there's actually another benefit to dropping further down, because if at the end of these games, they either end when a draw is called or when they get to 1915, if at the end of the game, though, that top board position is tied, if there's more than one player on the same number of supply centers, the player who picked their country last is going to progress.
And we did see that play out in our very first game of the weekend, coming down to the wire. Matthew Tatonchi beating out Ed Sullivan on that tiebreaker for the top. And that definitely influences how these games play. Another factor going into this Paris method selection that is unique to this event, if players, whatever power they picked in their first chance game, they're not allowed to play the same power again unless they have no other choice. So will that mix things up? How will that impact our players' selection? That's going to be one of the things I will be watching as we get into our games. Yesterday, we witnessed some just incredible games. We saw the full range of tactics, strategy, and negotiation fully displayed that makes up this game of diplomacy. Fantastic opportunity if you've are learning this game and want to see an example, a showcase of what this game can be, go back and watch our first chance games. Really, really good examples of everything this game can be. Underdogs were the big story of our first chance games. They rose to the occasion. Matthew Tatonchi, Doug Malott, who is a rookie playing in the first ever DBN Invitational, Johnny Gillum, and Christopher Ward winning his first top board ever, all secured their spots in the championship game. Their victories, especially Gillum's win in the so-called Board of Death, they've reshaped our tournament narrative, particularly when we compare them with the 2023 DBNI, where all of our heavyweights dominated the competition.
Yeah, so important to note here as well, it's not just underdogs from player perspective, although of course these were the lower ranked players in the seeding. It's also underdogs from a country perspective, because we're so used to seeing France do incredibly well in these high level tournaments, right? 0 France victories yesterday. Ed Sullivan, of course, getting very, very close in that first game, but none at all. And I think also a big reason for that is probably that there was a lot of internal competition among those top seeds. They did go for each other quite brutally in these early games. And we're going to see if they do that again today, or whether they maybe decide that it's better to team up and try and give each other a chance.
Yeah, Dan, today's games are not just a test of strategy, but also about endurance. You know a little bit about that, being a face-to-face world champion.
Yeah, you bet. And look, that's the name of the game. Can you turn up again? Can you bring your A game a second time if you got really close yesterday? What have these 3 dates got in common? 1914, 1914, 1950. These are the lengths that the games were going to yesterday, right? And fundamentally, every board is a top board in this format. Only winning counts right from the start. And Paris method is something that you see on top boards, face to face, where only winning counts. The stress of that. There's no, what's my second victory condition here? There's no okay, 8 center, second, maybe third on the board, get some points, equip myself well, play a good game. It's all out of the window. From 1901, you're thinking, his tiebreaker on me, her tiebreaker on me, like that mental strength, rub it all out, go again, except this time, yesterday you were thinking, oh, well, maybe I got a second chance tomorrow. It's not so bad. Now there's no second chance. This is the second chance. This is it. The round is called the last chance round. You're playing in a whole round called the last chance. You've got to win. Who's going to come out of the blocks quickly? Who is fresh? Who is ready to go? Who's got the hunger and the desire? Who's still got their dreams intact? And who's going to be able to carry that fragile dream all the way through to claim that last spot on this top board? Fantastic.
Well said, Dan. Well said. I love that energy. I'm going to take a little bit of that energy and a little bit of that second chance idea. And what I was thinking about is we kind of got it all wrong yesterday as far as predictions go. The games were fantastic. The diplomacy was fantastic. It blew my mind watching what actually fell out. But certainly we had a little bit of a falling out with reality. And so I think I'm coming in today with a fresh face, even as the audience, and going, anything is possible. Really, when the level of competition is as high as you're emphasizing, when it's winner take home, when there's nothing else after this, anything can happen.
Yeah, that just is a testament to the quality and the depth of this top 28. Anybody can win at any level, and we got it all wrong, and so did our audience. Doug Malott getting 0% of the DBN YouTube vote. Calling out the Michael Jordan reference, took that personally. Really, really fun to see that storyline.
And this is a game, the great game of diplomacy. You underestimate someone at your peril, right? I control you. You're new. You won't hold up. You're a useful ally. You're a tool. I just attack you at half speed. 2 minutes later, they're on top of you. You're doing what they tell you.
So, Andrew, what are you looking for in last chance round 1, board 1?
So I went through the results for everybody that's ended up on this board, and everyone except Karthik kind of got stuck at 8. I was kind of hoping 7. I was going to make like a 27 club joke. But I think what I'm looking for off this board is a quick alliance that just runs things. It could come from the West. It could come from the East. But I think at this point, people are going to be like, yesterday, I just couldn't get anywhere. I couldn't get over that hill. They're going to come in today, decided to take decisive action, take their fate into their own hands. And I think everybody else on the board needs to be worried if they can't find a best friend. Yeah.
Marcus, how about your game? Last chance round 2, board 1.
Yeah, so this game is super interesting to me because looking at the games that happened yesterday, we've actually got a trio from the same game. We've got Bradley Grace, we've got Riaz Varani, and we've got Cameron Higby. And in the game yesterday, these three were at each other's throats for basically the entire thing. They did on and off work together, but they were all adjacent. They were playing France, Italy, Austria, and arguably they all kind of took each other out of contention towards the end. We also have Seren Kwok and Andrew Koch, who were adjacent in one of the other games. They were playing France and Germany, and they again kind of ruined each other's chances in that game, and it ended up going to the people on the other side of the board. So it's going to be super interesting if these players decide to try and work out the differences from the last games and work together again, or whether maybe we'll see in that Paris method some of these players trying to place themselves away from the people they stabbed last time around.
I appreciate that both of your games sound really exciting, but it's the third game, the last game of the last chance round, that the audience want to keep on watching this stream. You want to watch it right the way through to round 2, board 2, because this board is going to be knives out. You've got European players all over the place and some American players who play like European players. Spring 01, I'm going to betray you with Spring 01. I'm going to find a way to stab you first out of the gate so you know what you're in for. This board, every single player is competitive. There's maybe one alliance player at the whole board, and they better wake up pretty quick because they're going to know, oh, this alliance doesn't mean nothing. It's not even going to last the whole season. It's going to be stabs galore. It's going to be fantastic viewing, and I can't wait. The subplot here, of course, is that on board 3 that we're going to review, we have 2 of the nearly ones from yesterday. Ed Sullivan nearly won, lost on the Paris method in the most contorted way imaginable. Nicolas Taillet had it in the bag, had it in his pocket, coasting, a bunch of centers clear, and then nom, 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 up comes the Komodo dragon, catches him, hauls him down. Doesn't make it. Can these nearly ones, these heavyweights, become number ones? You'll have to wait to find out. As will I, because I don't know what's happened.
Well, our players have their last chance, as do each of us. So we would each make one last prediction. We did so well last time. Figured we'd do it again. We're going to spotlight one player each that we think has the best chance to advance into this championship game. Last week, yesterday, I made a prediction that Ed Sullivan would not win in the first chance game, but would in the last. So far, I am actually accurate on that particular pick, and I am sticking by it. Ed Sullivan will find a way, is going to advance to the championship game.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and jump in here with my prediction. I mean, I'm taking the safe pick again. I really think that Riaz Virani can make it. We saw him do so well on the board yesterday. He was making incredible progress, and it was only being surrounded by world champions, by former DBNI champions who just reined him in over and over and over again, stopped him getting across that line, that stopped him from getting there. I think on the board he's on today, he can definitely make it.
I'll jump in here. For my last chance board, I think I'm gonna have to go with Karthik. I've been looking at the names, and Krill almost gets there, but out of everybody who had the most success previous round, it was Karthik, and especially it was in a reliable alliance. It was a consistent turkey. There was a little, rapid dashing at the end, but that's what happens when you go to 1914, 1915. It can be easily washed away. And I think if there's anybody who's the best chance of finding that ally, it's him, and then beating that ally, it's him.
I'm going to go with the romantic pick. The new European champion, Yelta. He's going to win the board. You don't underestimate a Dutchman at your peril. That's all I have to say. So that's my pick out of the blue. Probably not played as much online, but would have got you accustomed to it yesterday and a couple of times with all the games we've played lately. Don't win a European Championship out of nothing. Boom. He's my man.
I love that pick. Yelta has been impressive, especially in the European circuit, and that has been very much on theme for this event so far. Players that perhaps may not be as familiar to our audience, and perhaps to some of these players finding their way for some success. We'll find out if Yelta is able to do it again in just a moment. Before we do, I just want to ask everyone, if you're enjoying this broadcast, go ahead and subscribe. We here at DBN, one of our primary missions is to make the game of diplomacy, to expose it to a wider audience. One of the best ways to do that is through the YouTube algorithm. So hitting that thumbs up, subscribing, adding some comments, all these things help the algorithm promote the video. We've had several active players, actually some performing in this event, that found the game of diplomacy through this channel, and would appreciate your help doing that. Also, while you're at it, check out David Hood just dropped a latest episode of Deadline. That is our monthly news broadcast, covering lots of ways that you can get involved, getting some spotlights on some successful players. Maybe you can learn a few things from some of the players who have won big events recently. All right, well, it is time for us to transition over to our game coverage. So we will bring that transition up, and here we go. All right, and I'd like to welcome you all to our coverage of Last Chance Round 1, Board 1. Each game that we're doing this year, we are naming after a hobby legend. We, in this community, we're standing on the shoulders of those hobby greats who have gone before us. Last Chance Round 1, Board 1 is named after Manus Hand. Manus is a key influencer in the diplomacy gaming community, known for founding the Diplomatic Pouch in 1995. He transformed it into a hub of online resources for the diplomacy community, flourishing especially in the late 90s and early 2000s. The Diplomatic Pouch offered an online zine, strategy articles, game variants, and helped organize players over email. Hand's commitment extends to the club and tournament organizer level as well. He's one of the leaders of the Armada Diplomacy Club in Denver, Colorado, hosted the largest World DipCon of this millennium with 128 players at the Regatta tournament in 2003. And on a personal level, I want to call out that I played my first games with players outside of my family and friends using Manus's DP Judge software. The DBN Invitational Tournament and the Diplomacy Broadcast Network would not exist without the contributions that Manus Hand has made for the diplomacy community. So any of y'all familiar with the Diplomatic Pouch and have anything that you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was my gateway into the hobby, the Diplomatic Pouch, really. I played my first game, my maths teacher brought me in on that one. And then after playing that first game, I got so into it, I just immediately went and searched for strategy articles. That was where I found them all.
All right. I am sorry about this. My software is not working. So if anybody else has any other stories to talk about how amazing Manus is, go ahead and do that while I get it brought up.
I mean, I think I've definitely wandered across that website more than once. Most of the time I'm looking for stalemate line stuff, as I'm wont to do. But I think there's also some interesting other articles. I think they saved some UK zines maybe, or I might be confusing my early 2000s websites here. But certainly anyone that's like maintains anything online, I'm eternally grateful for the next people that wander on.
Okay, so games are coming up. While we're bringing this up, let's go ahead and take a look at our power selection. And we're going to watch our round 1, board 1 for our last chance games, how our players selected their powers, the order they picked in. Here we go.
Thanks, Brian. And we are here for our first last chance board. I'm going to bring the contestants onto the screen here. You will see those in the seed order that they get to pick which order they want to pick. Matthew Krill will have the ultimate selection, followed by Peter McNamara, Jason Bennett, Jason Massbaum, Craig Mayer, Chris Brand. Well, Karthik doesn't have any say in the matter at this point. So let's get started with Karthik.
I'll take last.
You do for now, Chris. Chris could help you with that.
No, I'll go ahead of Karthik.
And I'll take on the refrain.
Just like yesterday. Craig, where would you like to go?
Yep.
I will pick in front of former world champion Chris Brand.
And the 5 spot for now, Jason. First, Jason Massbaum.
I will pick ahead of Craig.
That's where you will be, Jason Bennett.
I'll pick ahead of Jason.
You can do that too. Peter.
I'll pick ahead of everyone.
You can do that for now, and Matthew has the final say in that.
I'll pick after Jason Massbaum.
Oh,
Good call.
And
good
in
call.
front of Craig.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Excitement.
That's
You don't
how
want
we
you don't
have
want
it.
to you don't want to blow that tiebreaker. That's what you want. That's what you're doing.
You just
We've
can't
seen
pick
that
Craig.
already happen in this event so far. Let's see if it follows through here. Peter, what country would you like?
Je suis France.
Who est France? Jason Bennett.
I'll go with Russia.
Who can have Russia? Jason Massbaum.
Go for Austria.
Austria is yours. Matthew.
Do England?
England for Matt Krill. Craig.
God damn it. Germany.
Germany it is. Chris Brand. It.
Well, that's a tricky one. Sorry, just get out of this person's car.
God, I thought he was in a car accident. I swear to God, I really did.
Russia, Austria. I will take Italy.
Italy it is. And Karthik, I know the rules. You don't get to play the same power twice, but you are stuck in Turkey again.
C'est la vie. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. That is Peter's language in France. So we have the board set. Good luck to everyone, and we'll see someone on the top board.
Chris Brand entering kind of through the tunnel a la a sports event. All right, so we just saw this
Chris Brand 100 choices to choose any country that he wanted. He would choose Italy 100 times. And he's just snuck in there with the 6th choice in the Paris method. Unbelievable. Sorry. Couldn't contain myself.
No, Dan. So does that change your predictions going into this game?
Surely everybody's aware of the danger that Chris Brand presents, especially in Italy. Nobody plays the West and East like Chris Brand. No one is able to be present and strong, going west and going east at the same time. Like, I don't know how he does it. If I knew, I would be a better player. So he's the danger man, right? Obviously, there's no better player for France than Peter McNamara, right? So 2 absolute titans, powerhouses. Craig, oh no. He could be in one vice or in another vice. It's like, okay, which vice do I choose? Wow, what a selection.
I think it's interesting because Jason Bennett selected early yesterday with Italy, I think, as well. And this reads like almost the same idea, but then he remembered that he can't be Italy again and ended up in Russia. Because certainly no one wants to give Chris Brand Italy, but the rest of his neighbors were picked by the time that he got there. And then, Karthik was like, doesn't have a choice. So it's interesting in that regard where nobody seemed to want to take Italy off the table.
So, Andrew, who's your pick to win?
That gets harder. Also, interesting to note that Peter McNamara and Jason Bennett picked essentially opposite corners after a little bit of a not communication yesterday. I think I might go with Krill. I think the consistency, right, as we were talking about yesterday, he played a good game as France, but ultimately there was too much push and pull on the other sides of the board and not enough, people stopping his ally to actually give him a chance. But the way that the powers have shaken out here, I think he can be that England today that, he was second to effectively yesterday. I think he can do that.
Dan, you picking Chris Brand, or is there somebody else you've got your eye on?
No, I'm going to pick Chris Brand. Chris Brand in Italy. I'd be crazy to look past that.
Well, I'm picking Peter McNamara in France. It's hard to bet against a 2021 DBN Diplomat of the Year. Peter has, I believe, according to our statistics, the single best performance out of all players on top boards. So playing those odds, and we'll see whether he finds a way, the heart of the champion finds a way to advance. Spring of 1901. Andrew, I'm putting you on top. Take it away.
Another Tyrolia bounce is the first thing I'm going to say here. I will once again look forward to the comments telling us if that was planned or not. On what I was thinking before, has someone found a friend? I'm not sure Matt's found a friend with that move to the English channel. That has me immediately concerned, and congratulatory to you for possibly picking France and picking Peter here. The rest, I think I want to wait to see what the fall brings, but that's worrisome.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's gone to Brest, he's gone to the English Channel and supported himself to Burgundy, which is the kind of ultimate defensive move if you're Peter McNamara. He's obviously looked at this board and said, you can't win the game in Spring 01, but you could definitely lose it. So I'm sure that the English Channel is a sneak attack, and I wouldn't be surprised if the support to Burgundy is a surprise as well. So it's just to see if anyone was telling her the truth. Matt's gone to Yorkshire, not Edinburgh, right? So he doesn't have any choices. There's no army in Picardy, right? So this could easily be passed off as okay, it was safety first, and I'll just go away again. I'll go to Spain, I'll slip into Belgium with the fleet. Bye, we can all be friends. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens. In the East, I mean, super boring. Jason has not gone north, so no pressure on, absolutely no pressure on England from the East. So that fleet in English Channel isn't gonna, he's not gonna be sweating too much. Army in St. Petersburg might have felt differently. Bounce in Galicia, is it? I mean, they're sort of out of fashion, are they? I don't know. I don't know if that's right in online play. Certainly over the table, I try not to bounce in Galicia. It's just the kind of tempo issues that you face. I think, yeah, that's a standard. So could Turkey, if you're not quite sure who to trust, can't see any other indications from these moves about anything that's going on. But was it an arranged bounce into Tyrolia? You made a great point, Andrew. That is the big question. What's going on? Right, so Fall, I'll keep going in the East. There's no way surely that's not arranged. Venice to Trieste. Surely not. Maybe it is. Aegean? Yeah, maybe it is. Absolutely nothing doing for Turkey, is there? Like, Turkey's got no friends. Oh, I don't know. What do you think? That's the only... Everything else is really standard in the East, apart from that Trieste move. Arranged, not arranged?
I mean, I think everybody saw maybe what I was seeing, where Karthik worked great with somebody, and they just don't want to give him the chance to find a friend. Just cut him out now. In the West, it looks like you are spot on with everybody's just nervous, which, I mean, is the other thing. If nobody's giving you that, I saw a bunch of them with the little cute teddy bears in the Paris method, right? If nobody's giving you a little gift, right? Some roses, box of chocolates, if nobody's laying out the carpet for you, there's no reason to try to lose the game in the first year. And that's really what these moves read like.
In winter of 1901, we've got Karthik Konath putting down an army in Smyrna, typically seen as either anti-Russian, perhaps trying to make a friend in this difficult situation, or more likely just going for the defensive play, saying, hey, somebody's getting my dots, but it's not going to be you, Italy. Shouldn't have made that tempo play. We've got Jason Massbaum building an army in Budapest, Chris Brand building fleet Naples, double fleets from Peter McNamara. Is that going to swing around, try and move against Matt Krill's England, or are we going to see perhaps some Western cooperation, Peter McNamara moving into the Mediterranean? Let's find out next turn. We've got Matthew Krill saying, I don't trust you, Peter McNamara, putting down fleet in Liverpool, and Jason Bennett putting down two armies, Army Moscow, Army St. Pete, Craig Mayer, Army Kiel, or Army Berlin, Fleet Kiel. Spring of 1902.
Yeah, interestingly enough, those builds all make it look like everybody was courting Craig Mayer, which is certainly not something I expected to say today. But it does look like maybe Krill is on the outs here. I think I agree with the decision to FG, given how it all sorted out. England needs you in both cases more than the other guy, and especially if you seemingly have Jason in Russia reasonably on side to not interfere. These are good odds. you know, Liverpool is a nuisance, but nothing that can't be overcome. So I'm generally, I think this is how the West is going to be for a year or two or three.
Yeah, so I've made my mistake for the night. That's good. I got it in really early. First of spring, Automo 1. That's my big mistake for this. I'm going to look before I leap from now on. Is the AI is rock solid right now, or certainly is doing their best to resemble it. A lot of comfort between France and Italy. Comfort comes very nicely when you've got that spare fleet to knock around in Spain. That, like you say, the FG is good for, you know, Peter's sense of safety in the south, which he'll certainly want. And maybe the knock on this at the moment is that they haven't got Russia to come in. That's an easy pickup for Russia, isn't it? Norway, if he'd fancied it. I guess in the east, my question is, what is Russia doing? Where is Russia's tempo coming from? Is he going to help England and slow down FG? Or is he going to take his? Because there are no other options. Okay, just to sit there and wait and kind of half do stuff and half do stuff, you're going to lose. You're just going to lose your position in the north because FG will just roll you up, right? Probably, possibly, right? Be a player in the north. You've got the army and the fleet, so that'll be interesting to see in O2 if he goes for it, takes the center, puts something on in the north, and plays that the two theatre game like you were talking about, like you probably wanted. Andrew, when he picked Italy yesterday and Russia today. Just trying to get business done in the south. I wonder how Karthik's feeling. Turkey twice in a row, nothing he could have done about it. I think he's already drafting his addendum to the rules for the Paris method for this tournament that says, if by your selection you would leave a situation where a player would play the same power twice, you may not make that selection, which would of course compel Chris to take Turkey to give Karthik Italy. So he would have certainly preferred that looking at this right now. Jason's a solid alliance player. So Karthik's not going to be getting any, they're not going to be getting any joy out of him. Can't buy a thing. But yeah, again, in the south, I'm going to ask the same question as I do in the north. Where's Russia getting his? Where's he getting it? He needs it. He needs to make gains. If AI make the gains in the south, if FG makes gains in the west, and he's not supporting the underdog in either theatre, and he's not getting his, where's Russia's going to be next, right? Or isn't he? We'll find out.
Jason Massbaum being called an alliance player, by Dan Lester, showing the amount of progress he's made over the past few years, reputation-wise. Certainly not something that would have been said, I would say, 10 years ago. Really, I want to give a shout out to Jason Massbaum. He is a player that has played a lot of games. He's been one of the most active in the tournament scene, face-to-face and in virtual play. Has grown and developed. That 2022 win was not a fluke, and setting up for some good position here in the East right now. So we've got a little bit of sideline notes. Ben Kelman was on the sideline for this game, and there's a lot of conversation right now in the West between Matt Krill. Krill's not really having much conversation with Peter, but he is doing everything he can to try and get Craig on side. Peter and Matt were talking about if the air is going to move in line. Peter said that that's what Matt should want. And Peter tells Matt he'll stay flexible. There is a lot of uncomfortable conversation, very little said. And this is Craig's choice of whether to work with Peter or Matt. So that will be what I'm watching in fall of 1902.
Yeah. So there it is. Obviously, my eyes go straight to Russia. He's decided to take that Norway, not support England, to take his Norway and to take it with the army. So it'll be very interesting to see what the build is. There's only two options here, right? Warsaw or Sapete. Sapete could be a fleet, could be fleet south, could be fleet north. He's not setting up to go against Germany, right? At all. And by putting the army in Norway, he's not setting up to go against England either. I'm slightly concerned that there's a sense that he can take Scandinavia and then just sort of sit there. Worried for this. Very worrying. This is a really, really successful, in my opinion, opportunity for Russia, but it's not. He hasn't made a decision. He hasn't had the opportunity to, has decided not to take that opportunity. In the south, what's remarkable here? I'm going to say pretty much nothing, right? It's just the Lepanto, whatever you would call this complete dismantling of Turkey is, continues. It probably has a name. I don't know what it is. Very standard. Yeah, nothing further to add. Well, I suspect it will be like this for a few more turns. Karthik's gone. Right, that's it. I'm going to make you break me down. Good luck.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. And I think my comment on the West is if there was ever a board that maybe should have thought about pitching a Western triple, this might be the one. Because you highlighted Chris Brand at the beginning of this, expert in Italy, and he seems to be running the show here. He has time to pick up Tunis. He's threatening convoy to Syria. So what can France do about this? He's in North Atlantic. He's fully committed to an attack on England, and I'm not sure how much you actually want to be that far up at this point. Nobody really made progress. If you guess right with the German convoy, then things look a little better, but I don't think you win the race to the line. And with an air, it's about the line. And like fundamentally, it's about the line. Certainly, it's going to take a while to whittle out Turkey here, and there might be some pivots, but with Russia picking up a build, he's not worried. Austria picking up a build, he's not worried. Italy picking up a build, he's not worried. I think they're functioning too well, and it's maybe a missed opportunity from somebody to negotiate and just sort of say, hey, none of us are going to win if this continues.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Peter might be thinking if he can just keep things going like this and keep Chris relatively quiet, Chris might decide to take out Jason. Because seem to recall that Chris likes to take the Austrian dots.
Yeah, Dan, you are correct, and that is exactly what the conversation in the East is right now. There's conversation between Jason and Chris about whether or not they are going to try and take some Austrian dots before they take Turkish dots. I don't think the decision's been made yet, but it's definitely, the seed has been planted, so that will be a storyline to watch for next season.
So look, what's going on? Come on, this is pivotal, this is crucial, right? These builds, never stab in the build phase, obviously, but sometimes you've got to put something on and it's got to put you in a direction. So Italy it's got a choice, right? Russia's got a choice. France has got a choice.
I want to see Fleet Mar. I want to see Fleet Mar say, I think there's an interesting pivot here where you could pitch to Krill as Peter in France and be like, pull Clyde off the board. Liverpool can happen at a future point. Maybe put me into Norwegian, get some sort of like a pivot action, right? They can take North Sea with the 3 fleets that they're bordering. There maybe could be a deal here.
It'll be really interesting because it's a test for Matt as well. Can he prize someone out of this FG, right? He'll be working real hard to do it. And whenever I've played with Matt, he's very persuasive in terms of opportunities, in terms of working with you. I'll work with you. I don't mind if you win the board. I just want some game. I just want to play. I haven't had a chance to play. You can win. Do you think Craig's going to help you win, Peter? Do you think Peter's going to help you win, Craig? Come on, I'll help you. Whether he means it or not depends on what happens by 1914. But that'll be his. Surely McNamara's going to build army, right? Is that right?
I would build the army, but I do think that the fleet in Marseille would be juicy. We've got the army, and we've got the disband of Norwegian from Matt Krill keeping Clyde. So looks like some potential continuation of the hostilities in the West. Jason Bennett putting down a northern fleet. That's a little bit juicy. We've got Fleet Naples, Army Vienna, and that's it. Moving into spring of 1903, my eye on the West. Will we see the conflict continue?
I mean, I think the North Coast Fleet really tells me that somebody is no longer as in as they think they are between F and G. Either Germany's getting squeezed or France and Russia are going to pull a sandwich similar to what, the idea would have been in the South, which looks like you'll finally have some fun, Dan. I think it's fine to just get convoyed over. I think this is Matt Krill deciding who gets his dots to an extent. It's certainly not over, as we saw with Craig's England yesterday, but Craig's England also didn't, end up topping the board in the end. So this is about seeing what you can get out of the game. I think maybe, especially with the Russian moves, try to get Craig back on side and be like, it's not worth whatever it is in London. Maybe Peter won't even give it to him, possibly, as if he sees an opportunity for a France-Russian alliance here, which I think there kind of is. So that's what I'm looking to see. The other, I'll transition to you via Tyrolia, another bounce in Tyrolia. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that's arranged. I would think Chris is a bit hedgehoggy. He's got complete safety in the west, so he's only really got one spot to worry about in the north. Trieste isn't a worry because if Jason wants to take it, he just will. So you simply cannot worry about it. So get that done, and then Craig is all right, and everyone's then everyone's copacetic. I don't like these Russian moves in the north. Again, I think they're slow. I think they're too slow. I think you've got, if you know what everyone's doing and you easily could, you've got Sweden, Skagerrak, St. Petersburg, Norway, or St. Petersburg, Barents, Sweden, Norway. And you can get 2 fleets out now. I would definitely have Fleet Norway, Fleet Skagerrak, and pull the Norway army back to Sweden. Suddenly you've got a conversation to be had. Hello, here I am, and you're rock solid, right? No one's going to bounce that, right? Because you know what the other guys are all doing. He's also got the potential to benefit from the fact that Matt's obviously chosen someone to defend against, which is the correct thing to do. And he'll be looking for Peter to stab Germany. In the east, I don't know what the hell. How does Chris Brand do this? How does he just go, I think I'll have another dot now. I think I'll just have another dot. And I won't just have like one of those sketchy Italian dots that they always are sketchy, where you have like one unit that's sort of like, it's up here on its own. Hello. I've got support for it. And like no enemies and everything is fine. And I'll just go one a turn, and now I'm a 9, and now I'm a 10. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, there was, I don't think the board reads with as much furious negotiation as there was going on behind the scenes. There was a lot of conversation between Russia with several other players, in particular about what to do with those fleets in Scandinavia. The big question being, is there going to be an attack on Craigmire right now? Or is he going to work with Craigmire and perhaps to try and slow down Peter McNamara? With about 1 minute left, Bennett went to Chris Brand, asked Chris's advice. Chris says, let's go for mass bomb, not Craig. And you can see the results play out right here.
Oh, was that Bulgaria thing a stab? I thought that was just a sort of safety play.
I mean, that's a lot of support from Constantinople.
Well, he's just, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a weird 1 dot, that's for sure. Okay, so out goes the train in the north. We're in Norwegian now in Norway. Fine, I guess. In the south, yeah, that's all fine. I mean, I think this is fine from Russia. This is okay. Are they fighting? They don't look to be fighting. This all looks relatively copacetic.
Yeah, this looks perfectly reasonable to me. In the north, I don't really see anything much amiss. France decided that it's worth giving over London, which, of course, something should be owed later. If anything, it's the move to Marseille that's the most interesting. You can't build if there's already a unit there. And that's something I wouldn't particularly see as an oopsie, from players of this caliber. That's a decision, and I think Craig needs to start wondering if that's a decision that shows real intentions later down the line, because you don't really want him to put down another fleet, which means an army in Paris, army Marseille, Army Belgium. You can't force Belgium because you just bounced to North Sea. Even if Edinburgh ends up Russian as intended, I'd be a little nervous. I'd be a little nervous if I'm in the center as Craig.
Yeah, you bet, man. I've done that loads of times. Oh, whoops! I've moved to Marseille, so I can't build in Marseille. Silly me. Whoopsie. Whoopsie-daisy.
Well, there was lots and lots. This is one of my favorite sideline notes that I've read. Basically said there's a lot of conversation. Chris Brand made deals with both Jasons, did not honor either deal, instead going for centers that will help himself. So is Chris Brand moving early, too early, is going to be the big question for me. Or are things in position? Build a +2. Turkish centers already in control, Army in Smyrna. Maybe he can do it on his own or use this position as leverage to kind of force someone. In the West...
Hold on, sorry. Did I miss something most egregious there? What happened to Greece?
Walked in.
Okay, that was... And Vienna, the bounce is not a raid. That's a colossal stat. That's a stabus humongous, is it?
That is, I am reading that as a stab for sure.
Yeah. I completely missed that. It's because I'm not used to the way that silly me. Oh well, that's amazing. Well, wow.
What should he build? Now that you know it's a stab, what should Italy put down here?
It's got no fleet in Ionian, which is a bit sad. I'd love to put down 2 armies. Wouldn't you?
I think it's 2 armies. Yep.
Ooh, that would be juicy. I agree. I think if you're gonna be able to get away with it, I mean, Chris Brand has said publicly many times, Italy wins by taking centers in the Balkans, not by fighting France. That is a philosophy that he has played out on board after board. Every once in a while, he'll mix it up just to keep it interesting. But I believe that Chris Brand does not want to fight Peter. I don't think Peter wants to fight Chris. I think that army covering Marseille is a signal in that direction. I think the two of them have lots of reason to work together. And in this rare instance, I think Chris could get away with that double army build, and he does.
Very nice. Very nice. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I think, yeah, because the other variable, which I think proves through here, is what's Karthik's goal now? Because he's less dead than he seems, actually. And I think I'll let you dive into it later, but I think these moves from Karthik are very interesting. In the north, Craig, this is what we were worried about, right? This is, you are no longer essential. Will they kill you fast? No. Will they kill you? Yeah. Ultimately, France doesn't need your centers now. They can come get them later. And you need more centers than you're going to reasonably have access to without a lot changing. But Russia's not really under any threat in the south, to his credit, seemingly mostly friendly. Presumably not super great with Austria, given there was that Bulgaria situation. But, like, God, I love being in North Sea as Russia. There's really nothing but upside I'm seeing here for Jason Bennett.
Yeah, it's interesting that you should see. That's interesting. So Russia's forced north with help from England. France hasn't moved on Germany here. Belgium to Burgundy is leaving, because there's no real pressure on Germany. He's got units to spare. He could lose London to the French. Okay, well then he just picks up Fleet London. And then he just puts up the wall. Russia would be in a very, very interesting position. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Italy and Austria. So you'll see that Austria consolidated his position just now, right? Forced back Vienna, concentrated on Vienna and Greece. But now it's gone back the other way to Bulgaria. So what's happened there? Vienna and Budapest are doing what in the interpretation? Support Tyrolia to Trieste, which it does not do. Oh, brutal.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
brutal, isn't it?
that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It certainly seems like Austria suddenly doesn't have any friends, despite being quite friendly with everybody, which is just a shame.
Well, the Russians put him back in Bulgaria, but that you
That's
don't know if
mostly to
that's
screw
necessarily just
Karthik.
to help, and to help the Italian, because there's no skin off the Italian's nose right when that happens. Oh, it's brutal. Because he could have had Chiesa for himself, and he would have been he would have been reasonably whole. What was he on? 5, maybe. Just Budapest support Vienna to Trieste. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
But, I mean, I think it's a good play from Russia to put him into Bulgaria because if there's a relationship where some wronging has happened, I think Russia has decently wronged Karthik, and it's better just to see him out the door than to even weakening Austria to 3. I don't think it's that different from 4 here, especially if you think you're going to make gains with Jason Mausbaum because of the support into Bulgaria and because he's going to be probably consistently mad about getting stabbed with Chris in the West.
who likes Tunis? Everyone likes Tunis? Who wants like a nice French Tunis?
Tunis feels soon, to be honest. It feels too soon. I think that's my read of the West is suddenly like Peter's a problem, like a big problem. If he tactically and diplomatically thinks that he can keep Germany on side because of the Russian pressure, then he might just walk because it's not a run. Everybody will notice. Walk away with this game.
Yeah.
That's
Two builds. Fleet Marseille, Army Paris.
He's got 2. Goodness.
So showing off a little bit of his diplomatic strength here, Peter got Craig and Jason Bennett together and argued, hey, if we all fight, Chris Brand wins. At the end of the negotiation, Craig and Bennett both agreed. So don't know if they'll continue to agree after seeing him go up +2 and neither of them getting anything. But that was some good diplomacy there. You were predicting Fleet Marseille, Army Paris. Is that correct, Ted?
I might hope for a wave.
That is what we see. So everything I said about Peter and Chris Brand not wanting to fight each other was wrong. My streak of making a prediction commentator curse continues. Spring of 1905, will the West react?
I don't think you were wrong. This is a forced war, forced by position more than anything. It's like almost I don't count conflicts like that. You both sort of look at each other and you can't say out loud, we have to fight now, but you're both like, how many centers do you have again? And all right, we'll come back another time. I think the most interesting part here is Belgium getting handed over and North Sea getting moved out. I think this seems like a pretty good power play from Peter. Like I said, I was worried about Germany getting squeezed, but the other side of that is after finishing off Krill, somehow the power with the most centers is the one that everyone wants as their friend. I'm really surprised that Germany and Russia couldn't work something out here. And I think there's machinations to start that conversation. Like, why is he tapping Denmark, covering Berlin again? I mean, the pressure thing was sort of an awkward pressure anyway. It feels just a little bit off. So I'm just hoping they can pull together in the fall.
Yeah, I completely agree, Andrew. I think there's been some sort of chafe in the conversations between Jason, Bennett, and Craig. I think that stuff like, it's not quite, this trust doesn't create trust, does it? There's a few too many just in case type moves here for it to be comfortable. It's interesting, right, that, I imagine that Peter has told Jason that the price of them all working together is for him to come out of North into Norwegian supported. And Peter has taxed Norwegian to make sure that there's no jiggery pokery, basically. that Norway doesn't try and come out into Norwegian and all of this. He's trying to create hard lines so he can make progress in theatres on his own. Another masterclass from McNamara. In the south, Chris is trying to get his lines. I think it's really interesting about that Tyrolia to Trieste move that didn't happen with Germany. Because, yes, he successfully got Marseille into Piedmont, which is a huge blow for Italy to have to face that. But at the expense of taking a centre of Italy, who he is now attacking, and he's lost Jason as an ally. I feel like Jason, if he had gone... Jason loves stuff like this, right? Yes, I put the German in Trieste. Ha-ha! Where shall I put the German next, right? You crossed me and now you pay the price. And he would just kind of eventually watch all his centres disappear for the excitement, for the thrill of just using... It's a teaching game and using Germany to pummel Italy. But now he's like, okay, you don't want to do it? I don't want to do it. Now I'm going to play for me. So here he is back to playing for him, and that means working with the Italian. So Craig, I think of all the moves in the game that Craig probably will regret, it's not moving to Tyrolia to Trieste. And I don't know if why that happened or any of the diplomatic background, but I just think that that ability to snap that whole thing into and get a rogue unit and do all the things, and for the and instead what he's done is put the French further forward. That's what he did instead. Yeah.
Moving on to fall of 1905.
Rest in peace, Karthik. I wondered about that. I saw that it's because it's with the G and leaving, it's free. I was almost hoping that an army would stick around and get convoyed in. I think maybe Russia had an opportunity to pitch Ankara to Austria here. I think, especially building on the sort of rebalancing of trust that happened with Bulgaria getting popped, right? And Chris Brand, although seemingly having bewitched Jason Mausbaum back into being on his side against Peter McNamara, which I don't think is unreasonable, but it's certainly skillful diplomacy. I think there was a chance to give Austria a build here that like fundamentally puts you at very little risk as Russia. It's like, what, they're going to walk to Armenia? No, they're going to sit there forever. And it's a permanent counterbalance against Italy. And you need Italy's support to do that. But if Italy says no diplomatically, that's a problem with Austria. And so I think there was some opportunity there that I wish had happened.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's simplified things. And that's what our AI want right now. And certainly what Chris Brand wants. They want simplicity, because it's complexity that's going to do them in against an FG. Is it an FG? I mean, Craig is playing like it's an FG, but this is the way that you get huge scores, is if you just start to go inside and around your big ally, right? So now Germany's nearest piece to London is in Skagerrak and Helgoland by, and he owns London. Now Germany's got one unit sitting all on its own in Belgium, and there's Ruhr and there's Burgundy. Of course, Ruhr is there to support Munich. Of course. I'll give you as many supports on Munich as you like, until I just decide to take all of your centres. Not now, later. When it gets boring, when it gets simple, when the line is all shored up. And if this was anyone else, and you'd look at the south, you'd look, oh look, Peter's overmanned because Chris has got, the others have got all the units. But this is Peter McNamara. You can't out-tactics him. I would need 6 times as many units as Peter McNamara to out-tactics him, I think.
Yeah, I want to see Belgium and Ruhr. Instead, I want to see North Sea being the thing that captures Belgium and rotate out of Hell and Bite. I think those are moves that if you pitch them to France here, why does he say no, right? Why does he say no? You're just like, well, something needs to defend Munich. And he says, oh, I can defend Munich. And you're like, well, I need 3. So you'll be in Burgundy. Yes, please. And I'll be in Ruhr. And that's 3. What's France going to say to that?
Well, they're doing it with the build and disband, I guess, which is quite a sophisticated idea. Let's find out.
So before we do that, I do have a little bit of insight on our sideline, asking the question, why didn't Craig Mayer go to Trieste? Massbaum had a conversation with Craig, and he answered he does not trust Jason Bennett, so he doesn't feel like he can do anything against Peter. So I think that explains some of the moves that we're seeing. It's not so much a pro Peter as much as it is an unwillingness to work with Jason Bennett. And our adjustments, we see Jason Bennett and Craig definitely continuing to show distrust in those adjustments. We've got Peter McNamara disbanding the army in Yorkshire, Army Berlin, Fleet St. Pete, South Coast. Will the two of them fight? And if they do, who does that benefit? Andrew?
I don't like that. I'm also worried. This brings us back to the games that happened in the first round with Peter McNamara, Jason Bennett, and Jason Bennett making sure that Peter McNamara's game ended in a reasonably efficient fashion. And I think that's an easy pitch to sell diplomatically. And if Peter's in Craig's ear and been working on that all game after winning out over allying with Krill, I'm quite scared for the North. And I don't think that another fleet in the North changes anything. That I think it needs to be an army in Warsaw. You pitch, hey, look, Craig, you want the North? 2 units for 2 units. Let me keep St. Pete. You don't need to break your alliance with France by any means, but Norwegian's coming off. Norway will eventually come off. Sweden will walk its way back. And then Peter's your problem. All right? Peter's your problem. I'm not responsible anymore if he wins this game. And I think Craig Mayer might be a player where once you get, once he's strong enough, he might look to stab an ally. I may or may not have gone through this myself. So I think you need to realize, give Craig a chance to be Craig. He's very good at it and very skillful. And I wish I'd seen something like that in the North here.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but Belgium gets into Norway here.
That is correct.
I mean, all those units. And yeah, something interesting's happened in the south because just that you can roll it forward, it's fine, and you can roll it forward to fall, it's completely fine. Ankara and Smyrna have been voluntarily Chris is basically seems to be giving Russia the build. So I think in terms of those extra units in the north, there's probably an acknowledgement in the south that no gains can be made by Italy and Austria against that Marseille line. You can get Tunis back, and he will. But after that, it's there's no point Italy putting another piece on when he gets Tunis.
Yeah, Chris, I think is getting a little frustrated here. Peter and Craig were just tacticking, just talking through, hey, these are the moves they're going to make. Chris came in and said, hey, why don't you just give London to Peter and we'll just call this game. And Peter says he doesn't think that's going to happen. Back to the sideline reporter, goes back to doing tactics. But I think it gives some insight into where these players are right now. And I do agree with you, Dan. It looks like perhaps Chris trying to break things up a little bit, just anything that they can do to give them, mix it up.
So the 3-center stab is on here, by the way, if you just roll it back. If Peter wants to just take this game, he can go London, Holland, Belgium. Orders in the box and 4. So he can go to 11 without anyone having to help him at all. But he's obviously he thinks he's got better options.
I mean, the only reason not to stab is if you're worried that someone else will top because of it. And arguably, it's maybe the Italian. So, all the more reason for Chris Brand to be in that conversation, trying to stir up trouble, certainly. But it looked very good, and it looked very final. Even pulling Piedmont, so you'd only be able to use 2 out of the 3 at least. But I guess the only concern is all those Russian fleets. I have to give Jason Bennett credit in that regard. Perhaps it is you can't stab until the Russian fleets come off the board at some point.
Well, there is a stab, ladies and gentlemen, and it isn't Peter stabbing for free. It's Jason Massbaum.
Alliance player Jason Massbaum.
Alliance player Jason Massbaum. He's an alliance player. He's the last player, but it's European style, which means that if you give him 2 dots for nothing, he's going to take them. Of course he is. There they are. Jason's back in the game. Chris, my prediction: the great Chris Brand on the ropes.
Massmom said that the game was about to get handed to Peter. He said we have to shake things up, and Chris said, "Hey, Massbomb, you just guaranteed Peter will win." So he's going to go and try and help Peter solo at this point. So very, very frustrated by Chris Brand and Jason Massbomb.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I could see here as an option is you got to convince Jason Bennett to pull Norwegian off the table and rebuild in Sev. Because if you're Austria, what you're asking to happen here, and it's Fleet Sev, let me be really clear about that. It's still going to Armenia this turn, probably. But the idea then is you need to compete for the med eventually as an AR and basically just say, like I said, give up on Scandinavia and let Germany decide. Because the thing is, if Germany decided that France gets this top already, draw. Chris Brand's right in that regard. There's no game to be played. So it's all about giving Germany a future.
Oh, we get +2 for Peter McNamara, continuing to roll, puts down Army Marseille, Fleet Brest, and Craig Mayer puts down Army Kiel. We've got Jason Massbomb putting down 2 armies as well. Chris Brand kind of following through with his disbands, with his threat towards Jason Massbomb, eliminating his Western defenses against Peter McNamara's French units. Spring of 1907. What happens?
Oh, they made moves. I would say the draw percentage jumped from 5 to 50. It's no disrespect to the players playing the game, but realistically, everything that France has done here is tactics and doesn't even require diplomacy to an extent. It's purely what's guaranteed by the board and what's guaranteed by Chris Brand, which is totally reasonable. I stand by Clyde. You need to pull Clyde off and help Austria. Austria's made a decision here with or without your permission as Russia. But if you want to have any chance here, you have to support the decision, and you go to Chris Brand and be like, I'm really, 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 really sorry. But I can stab Austria later, and you know that, so I have to help them now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a procession from here, right? I guess we can freeze frame it and just say what's going to happen and has been happening for a couple of years and will now happen. Craig and Jason, they've just had, their differences in the game.
Oh,
yeah, there it is. It is in fact over. There it is. So they're not going to be able to patch it up to fight Peter with any degree of accuracy. Chris isn't going to be able to stop Peter because his fleets have all gone. That's it.
Yeah, so
credit to Peter. Credit to Peter for the position. And I think maybe I don't know. He just he walked on through. He walked on by.
Yeah, so it was a failed draw vote in spring of 1907. In fall, they did agree. So congratulations to Peter McNamara coming out not only with the win as one of the higher seed heavyweights going into this event, but also pulling it out as France, who has had no success in this particular event so far this year, kind of bringing that average back to life. Andrew, this is your game. What was the storyline? How did Peter McNamara win this game?
I mean, the storyline starts with the Paris method. Krill can't pick France again, so he's got to drop to try to think about a tiebreak, and that lets Peter get France, right? Immediately, it's yesterday's, I wouldn't call them failures, but inability to finish yesterday affects today. Then going from there, he found the ally. That's what I was talking about in this game, is who's going to find a best friend, and he found one in Craig. And I think he also from there worked a bunch of great diplomacy, keeping Craig and Jason Bennett apart and unable to find any common ground, which is quite impressive, given I was worried about French and Russia relations because of the previous day's game and how they were going to be able to sort anything out. Even if Craig would have, the chocolates and the flowers and everything, but it turns out that everybody was mostly okay with France working it out, and then it worked out for France.
Dan, how about you? What's your take?
Yeah, totally agree. Masterclass. Absolutely right to identify being able to freeze Jason in place and just create minor flashpoints. That slowness through the north massively helped France. That inability to close the deal with the IA situation, which also relates to what Russia was doing, that massively helps France. Peter's probably done this. It was wrong of me to focus on Chris's experience with Italy, because Peter's experience with France is just as accomplished. So, great prediction, Brian. You nailed it. You saw it coming on the rails. There it was. Boom.
Yeah, we just saw Mal Archie putting in the comment that's final 3 out of 4 for Peter McNamara, proving why he is one of the greatest to play this game. Cannot stop the heart of the champion. Back at it again. Congratulations, Peter McNamara. All right, let's move on to our next game. I'm going to transition us over. Before I do that, though, just a reminder, give the show a thumbs up if you are enjoying the broadcast. There's my finger. And we appreciate you all being here. Got some great commentary going on in the comments. Always appreciate the feedback from the players of the game, along with everyone else. Keep it up. Let's get on to our next game. Here we go. And oops, wrong button here. We've got, there it is. We've got Last Chance Round 2 Board 1. This game is named after hobby legend Steve Doubleday. Steve was a creative force in the diplomacy community alongside the likes of Richard Sharp and Richard Walkerdine. He was a prolific contributor to the diplomacy zine culture, injecting wit, humor, and unconventional play through publications like Gallimafury. Doubleday is known for his innovative variant designs that add unique twists to the classic gameplay of diplomacy, such as the Time Lords variant, which introduced the concept of time warping units, adding a whole new layer of strategic depth to the game. Steve Doubleday's work in variant design and zine contributions highlights his dedication to expanding the game's horizons and his role in fostering a vibrant diplomacy community. Steve Doubleday passed away earlier this year. With that, we're going to welcome Marcus onto stage. We are going to give Andrew a break. Andrew, thank you. And, oh, I'm sorry. We're giving Dan a break. And we are going to have Marcus take the lead on this one. Let's go ahead and see our power selection.
Hey, Brian. I am here with the first board in Last Chance Round 2. We are going to bring the players to the stream now because we want to get to this game. We are stoked. We've got the highest seed on this board, Bradley Grace, that's Saren Kwok, Riaz Varani, Andrew Koch, Ruben Sanchez, Cameron Higby, and Isaac Jukes. All right, Bradley, we'll start from the bottom because this isn't the first time we've done this weekend. Isaac, you don't have any choice. You start in 7th unless someone's going to help you. Cameron, where are you going to go?
I am going to go above Isaac.
Put you there. Ruben, where would you like?
Before Cameron, please.
You're welcome. Andrew.
Stay where I am.
Great. You are in 4th. Riaz.
I will drop to below Ruben, please.
Below Ruben and above Cameron?
You got it.
I've got it. Darren.
I'll go after Andrew and before Ruben, please.
Or Ruben. And after Andrew. All right, Bradley.
After Andrew and before 7, please.
Is the strategic pick. Okay, Andrew, you have first choice. What would you like?
Wow. What's happened again? I'll take Germany.
Germany with the first overall pick. Bradley.
I'll take France, please.
France is yours. Saren.
Sorry. I will take Italy.
Italy for Saren. Ruben.
Yes. Yeah. Russia.
Russia for Ruben. Riaz.
I will take England, please.
England for Riaz. Karen, that sadly forces you into Turkey. And Isaac, that places you in Austria.
A decision I totally made.
And you did by being here, and we appreciate that. Thank you all. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing one of you in today's winner circle.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Isaac Jukes filling in as an alternate. We do want to shout out to all of our alternates for being available all weekend. This is a live event. It is a event where people are not traveling and cloistered together, so life events do come up. So really appreciate all of our alternates being available all weekend. One other story to point out, a little bit of fun here. Andrew, he moved up from 4th and got first yesterday as well. So I'll go to you for this one. Yes, there you go. Marcus, kind of recap that. Did that power selection go as you expected?
Not at all. I was especially surprised by how far down Riaz decided to drop. I think maybe he saw, okay, I'm not getting France, that's probably my first pick. Maybe I much prefer to see where people are going and to have that advantage on the tiebreak. And then, of course, we got more people dropping. I think Bradley's drop was very sensible. He knew that the person in first couldn't pick France, and so dropped into second place. One of maybe the most interesting thing to see in power selection on this board, Bradley and Riaz choosing to go adjacent to each other again, or rather Riaz choosing to go adjacent to Bradley, despite all that conflict in the last game they played together.
All right, we'll do predictions before we get started. Marcus, going to you first.
Well, we've had 5 different countries win in this tournament so far, which is pretty amazing. We're still winless on Italy and Germany. I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to have 6 by the end of this game, and we're going to have Saren pulling this one out. I think she's in a very good position in that Italy there, and maybe can take advantage of Bradley and Riaz potentially going at each other.
Andrew.
I think I might go with Bradley here. I think he's going to be the beneficiary of a strong alliance on both sides, and it's just a matter of getting to that mid game and then seeing who is the slightest of edges. I think the pairs method was really interesting. Riaz couldn't pick France either. He was in the same situation as Krill. It's the same. I can't get what I want again, so I got to start thinking about tie breaks. And with that in mind, I think Riaz is going to be willing to play a slower, strong alliance game, probably against poor Andrew Koch here. And in that regard, Bradley becomes the balance, and I think maybe he just gets that little bit of an edge eventually and nudges it out.
Well, I got a little bit of back channel from our producer, Kevin O'Kelly, saying Peter McNamara made his decision in the first chance game to give him the opportunity at that stronger pick that he wanted in this last chance game. So he prepared for this, and it worked out well for him. I am torn. I really like Ruben's position here diplomatically. I've seen Ruben play Russia really well, but I just can't not pick Riaz Varani. None of y'all did. Left it open for me. So I'm picking Riaz in this one. Find out if I go 2 for 2. Spring 1901, Marcus Silstra, please take us away.
Okay, yeah, so we're not actually seeing anything unusual in this West right now. We see Liverpool move down to Yorkshire, which is, it's all very standard. Maybe the most interesting thing here is the support into Burgundy, Bradley making absolutely sure he's not going to get bounced out there.
Yeah, in the East, it's mostly similar. Armenia is the move to highlight here. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Is that not moving to Serbia? Is hold on, hold on. Rewind everything. Let's maybe do we need to restart the game? That is a decision that I did not anticipate at all. Well, I wonder what Venice does this fall.
So I have done this opening a couple times that Isaac has done, and it has never worked out well for me. So we'll see whether Isaac, who qualified for the top 28 when I have not, makes it a little bit more successful in the fall.
And there we go with Venice. Although I think an organized bounce is completely reasonable there. The convoy to Tunis, I think, is the most interesting thing because it shows a reasonable intent to still mess with Turkey. I wasn't sure if this would have been a good opportunity to just immediately say, hey, this is like a sweet IT. Maybe you want to make sure that there's a limiting factor on the West. It's not clear if there's an immediate alliance, I think, but you know, of all the times to attack France as Italy, I don't think this was a terrible one. But I also am not saying it should have been done. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I just want to say in the East as well, I absolutely love Isaac's start in this situation. You know, you don't see this kind of thing in high-level play, well, in like the highest of high-level games, because people don't go all out on alliances on the very first move. And he's made a decision to go all out with this alliance with Turkey. Seems to have worked out off the bat. Elsewhere in the West, we see actually both England and France bouncing off of Belgium there, neither of them getting that German support. Germany retreating to Munich, maybe afraid of France going in behind them. It will be interesting to see, did either of those people expect to get supported in, or was that maybe an arranged bounce, and this might be an early sign of a Western triple?
Or a sign of a West that just has not decided how it's going to play. When I play France, I do like to play a patient game. I'm a fan of the bounce in Belgium as France, not so much as Russia or as Germany or England, though. We see in winter of 1901, starting in the north, Ruben Sanchez putting down just one, not picking up Romania with an army build in Moscow. Very reasonable. We've got Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin from Andrew Koch's Germany. Riaz Varani puts down Fleet Eddy for England. We've got Fleet Brest, Army Marseille for Bradley Grace's France. In Italy, Saren Kwok puts down Fleet Naples, and in Austria, Isaac Jukes puts down Trieste, and Budapest, Fleet Khan from Cameron Higby. Just anything stand out to you on this one, Marcus?
I'd be a little worried for Riaz here, building the fleet up north. For one, I think it dispels the notion of a Western triple right now. There's too many fleets in the West. But also, seeing that fleet build in Brest, and you've got nothing in the south to defend against a move up to mid-Atlantic and up into English Channel right now. You can only really bounce it from north. I'd be a bit worried about that.
All right. And the other move I'll have my eye on in the east is going to be Saren. Will she convoy to Albania, or is it going to go back to Apulia, or are we going to see the follow-on moves to the weak underbelly of the Turkish centers right now? Lots of questions. We'll find out in the spring. Marcus, take us away.
Okay, well, I said it dispelled the notion of a Western triple. I guess it didn't. This is looking a little Western triple-y to me. You see the French fleets rotating down towards the south. They do also, the armies encircle Belgium, so they are looking to take that, but that can line up with a Western triple. Germany positioning to take Sweden, potentially, and Riaz going straight into St. Petersburg behind Rubens. So all the Western powers appearing to work together right now.
Yeah, not to mention getting invited into Tyrolia. I had a thought that came to me right as I saw the builds. I think Trieste should have been loaned, actually. And I think the pitch you make to Saren is fleet in Tunis, 2 fleet builds. You're still getting, you know, everything. You're getting 5 off me. Don't mess with us. It's sort of an AT that's not really asking anything of you. Give it a shot. See what you can get out of it. I think that would have been a compelling pitch because the alternative here is what are you supposed to do as Austria here? You got to stick by Turkey because, you know, what else happens, but Turkey has a lot of reasons to just flip to work with Italy. There's just a lot of ground to be made, especially in a Western triple when, you know, you got time as Turkey. You've got time, you got opportunity, you got a lot of growth potential. So
Andrew, what do you think about the decision to hold in Trieste rather than moving into Serbia or Budapest?
It's awkward no matter what you do. Tactically, I think I wanted in Serbia because of the power of a brace. But also in that regard, the other benefit of loaning Trieste is bouncing Galicia. Bouncing Galicia, then you don't have to be in Galicia, and you have another unit home to just sort of sort out things. That's what I'm seeing. And then, well, at least somebody gets Serbia. I think I don't really have a complaint in that regard. And tactically, this is actually pretty solid from the AT. This is a reasonable response. If anything, I'm surprised Russia risked Sevastopol. Maybe that feels like there was a promise of a turnaround or something. But I think that's massively consequential for Turkey's chances here, and to an extent for Russia's. I mean, I see Norway, but it doesn't particularly excite me in the way that Aegean does, you know, in the south.
Yeah, in the north, I guess we're flipping off this Western AAA again now and back onto individual games. We see Germany supporting for Russia against England, so that pickup in St. Petersburg not going to help them a huge amount. They're not going to get a build off of that. And Bradley sending that lone fleet into Irish Sea with no backup. Spain going down to Western Mediterranean instead. Very curious move, because maybe he was anticipating Yorkshire being convoyed off, but that's kind of, I don't know whether you could expect that to succeed. And here with the lone fleet, it's really not going to do anything. It's just going to get bounced out. So maybe it's showing willing to commit to an alliance of Germany and Russia without actually intending to weaken England yet.
It's not all roses in the East. I believe, if I'm reading this right, and I am not the expert that some others are, I think Saren has a walk into Smyrna. Is there, I guess Sev could drop back down, but there's gonna be some tough choices. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. They get built.
Waves happen every day.
Yes. Yeah, if they wave, then all those things are true. Winner of 1902, Armicon, Fleet Smyrna, no problem. Good for Cameron. We've got Fleet Brest for Bradley Grace, and we get to continue on in the spring.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the West here, actually, I guess it was not him trying to stay on side with England. We see Riaz basically rotating everything back to his homeland, trying to block Bradley, which is not really what I would have expected. I would have expected maybe he tries to hold the line and keeps Bradley on side, but maybe he realizes if France gets that strong, there's no way for him back into this game. So, in fact, everyone's kind of working together here against France at the end of the day, because Russia and Germany still pushing solidly together back towards the English front. And you see Norway actually makes it out of Norway and into Norwegian Sea, so lots of progress being made there. This is not what Bradley would have liked to see here, I think, and maybe he shouldn't have moved into Irish Sea, certainly not as the only fleet going in that direction.
Yeah, it certainly seems like he has no friends, and that's odd. And then being in Tyrrhenian makes that even more strange. I'm not sure what the idea is there, unless it's similar to there's the Italian strategy if you just sort of send the army on its Rumspringa, and it just goes into Silesia or Warsaw or Berlin, and it just does something, and it comes back home one day eventually and tells you, here's my adventures. Maybe that's the idea with the fleet. You just want to have a thumb on the scale, but it feels like the scales are tilting very far away from you in the north. In the south, I wanted to see 2 fleet builds out of Turkey, to be honest. This isn't exactly the reason why with this retreat, but it certainly helps. And it simplifies your alliance structure with Austria to an extent. I mean, I was wondering if there was an IT situation, but now this just looks like a mess. Okay. What? Yeah, and see the thing with the two fleets as well is, and you tell Austria with your builds more than your words, I'm not coming after you. And this reads as Saren making an excellent pitch and incredible Italian position. No offense to Chris Brand in the previous game, but Black Sea, Aegean, and you don't care about having Trieste. That's another organized bounce. This and God, we were so high. We were so high on Cameron. We were all rooting for you. What's happened?
I mean, there's still a chance, but it's definitely more difficult than it was a couple of turns ago. That is for sure. All right, Marcus, what's going on in the West?
Well, in the West, we've actually got very interesting plays here. Bradley vacates Belgium, maybe seeing the inevitable in the long run if everyone keeps working against him. Says, "Hey, Germany, go ahead and take it now. I'm just please at the same time convoy me into London, and we can just keep the pressure on England. Maybe take them out of this game very fast." Taking Riaz out of the game very fast, always a good idea if you would like to win said game. But yeah, so Ruben takes the opportunity to knock Riaz out of Norway, although Riaz, of course, has the retreat into Sweden, so not going to lose anything there. And altogether, not looking good for England right now. Everyone is on side against him.
Can't win them all for my predictions, but I've seen Riaz come back. We'll see. There's still a chance. Very unlikely. This game, I will say, we've seen really. I would describe it as predictable is the wrong word, but I would say familiar play on a lot of these boards. We've seen a lot of positions that these players have seen over and over again. This particular board, we get to see how our top players respond to the unique situation of Italy sitting in that Black Sea. How is that going to shift this dynamic? We also have a couple of pretty key builds coming here from Bradley and from Isaac to see whether or not Italy's going to be able to take advantage of that position. We get an army in Trieste. We get a fleet in Brest. We get army in Moscow from Ruben Sanchez. We've got the disband in Albania and Armenia from Cameron Higby. And Andrew builds another fleet. Does not look good for Riaz Varani based off of that build. Spring 1904, Marcus. What do we see?
I mean, I almost think that fleet is like not good news for anyone else in the West at the moment, because at the end of the day, if you have this many northern fleets going on the board, they have to go somewhere eventually. These people are gonna be at war the moment Riaz goes gets taken off that board. But they are continuing to work together right now. In fact, Andrew even supports Norway into Sweden there, so taking Riaz out of that center and attempting to get the German army onto the English mainland. We see why an English unit, an English army in defense there is very effective. Riaz able to repel that attack, although now Liverpool is under threat, probably going to have to defend against that next turn, and as such give up Yorkshire.
In the south, I wanted to see Bulgaria get pulled, and this is why. It's going to get pulled anyway. It's sort of an inevitability at this point. If you're that hard on the outs between Austria and Italy, that unit is not enough to convince one to go stab the other. And you can try to blow up the Black Sea Fleet, because the Black Sea Fleet, that's it. There's not really much game to be played for you if that sticks around. And with Armenia, you can tap, you force, and it can't retreat anywhere because Smyrna cuts Aegean. I really would have wanted to see those tactics, because I love tactics. But credit to Saren, this is an alliance that I think sticks around. This looks like a strong alliance that's probably going to run this. I think Russia needs to start wondering how much he really wants this to succeed. Wow. Emphasis. I didn't know arrows could get that big. Oh my goodness. Interesting setup that there's not another bounce in Armenia though. This, I think there's a lot of shifting, slight shifts in the south, even with the unique positions. And this reads like Austria is somehow on the outs again, because Why are you giving up a center that you're taking from Turkey? Why is Italy not cutting Aegean again? Why is it coming back to Venice? Is Russia's not moving to Armenia? What? Like you pull everybody aside and be like, hey, let's temperature check. What's going on? I thought we were cool. Suddenly it's a lot harder to attack Turkey for no particular reason other than Italy wanted a build. But why does Italy need a build here?
I'd wonder if that Italian build is going to come down and knock Bradley out of Tunis. Maybe that was the pitch here. But it's still like, do you really need Italy to do that as Austria? It's an interesting question there. In the West, it just reads like people are so slow playing now while they take out Riaz. They don't want to commit until he is gone. And so this bounce in Burgundy most likely arranged, and everything else on the board looks like all three are coordinating.
Yeah. Well, if that was a pitch to build that fleet to go after France, good on Saren for that diplomacy. And that is what we see. We've got a fleet build in Brest because Marseille is covered. We also have fleet in St. Pete, North Coast. So looks like we've got a anti-FG coalition going on in the East. How will the West respond, Marcus?
I mean, this is super interesting to see that fleet North Coast St. Petersburg as well. It's kind of important, but it really shows you how much all of these players in the West are committing to fighting each other in a moment, despite not immediately going for each other, right? Because they are putting down fleet after fleet after fleet after fleet there. And Ruben is slowly maneuvering his fleets out, not being aggressive to anyone just yet, but ready to be aggressive when it will matter. And in fact, that's what we're seeing everywhere. Bradley getting into position to take Edinburgh right now. But after that, something's got to give. Someone's got to get attacked. Is Germany going to get squeezed, or is Germany going to go in one of these two directions with one of their neighbors?
I'm hoping to see German-Russian collaboration continue because I'm looking at this board and asking where Russia's growth comes from. As the tie between the East and the West, I don't see it really coming from the West without causing exactly what we saw in Game 1 to happen. So in that regard, no third fleet, please. Let's stay reasonable, in our northern situation. But this is a situation that it only benefits Saren, but it also doesn't benefit her that much. Granted, we're only a third of the way through this game, a lot more to go. Tunis falls. You once again maybe have a legitimate play on Iberia for once in a lifetime as Italy here. But the rest of the South seems pretty content. I think if I had to predict one thing, it's Ukraine ending up in Romania this fall.
I do want to also say here, it's super interesting that Sarah didn't support that move from Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea. She went from Ionian to Aegean, but there was really no reason for her to do so. That wasn't threatening anything. And, if it had gone, then that's great, but it doesn't seem like there was anywhere it was going to go to. So clearly she knew that Bradley wasn't going to go to Tyrrhenian in some way. Looks like they negotiated something on that front, so maybe this handover of Tunis is somewhat agreed.
Yeah, but then why burn that by saying that right? Just don't go to Tyrrhenian if it's like this, because it doesn't feel like you're not going to take, would you not take Tunis here, Marcus?
I mean, no, I would still take Tunis. I just feel like there must be some kind of agreement going on here. Maybe that Saren said, hey, if you let me get this thing next to Tunis so that I can take it when I want, I'll let you keep it for now, as long as you shift your fleet east with me and help me take out Turkey, maybe. That would be a very Saren thing to do. I think not a lot of other players would be bold enough to do that.
So a sign we might watch for that is if Tyrrhenian is the mover into Tunis, and then that leaves it open for either another fleet to swing around or a convoy. Is that kind of the thought process here?
Maybe. Knowing Saren, I wouldn't actually be surprised if Tyrrhenian holds this turn and Ionian goes to Eastern Med, Tunis goes into Ionian. Okay, never mind.
All right. Well, we got some fireworks this turn.
Sure. It's one or the other, right? you need to either choose like who your ally is. If you're Russia here, I'm talking about, and I don't know that I like no decision as opposed to a decision. Italy is, very clear what their turn was. I think this is a great reaction from Cameron and Turkey being like, oh, well, it's clear that we just need to stop a build. Excellent response to pull the army by Saren. And that makes the Austrian move just really awkward again. And that's where I would want to see just try to get Russia on side. It looks like there was something there, but not enough. And I'm worried about that not enough because I think Rome comes down here and tactically, I trust actually Austria and Turkey working together tactically quite a lot. I think they showed a lot of prowess. I'm not sure if they have the guts to move to Piedmont, say, in the spring. And that's what I think you're going to need if you're actually going to commit to trying to take out Italy here.
Up in the north at the moment, we've got interesting play. It looks like Russia and Germany are sticking together and going after France now. Interestingly, of course, none of the German units move except for that move of Holland to Ruhr. So Germany is still, they're in an okay position if they want to pivot around, but I think Ruben very much sees that, and that's why he's keeping that army in Finland. It's really tough for Germany to pivot while that army is there because there's not really anything they can pick up. So I suspect these two will continue pushing towards the French front. Importantly for Bradley, he did take off Tunis here, so he gets that army rebuild in Paris if he wants it, and that's going to be vital for holding his line.
Absolutely. Well, we bid farewell to Riaz Varani, one of the tournament favorites to win this entire event, has just been eliminated from the tournament in this last chance stage. We've got 6 players remaining. Who will survive? Who will advance? Winner of 1905. We've got Army Paris, Fleet Smyrna, and Army Rome. Spring of 1906. What happens?
Yeah, so up in the west, we're just seeing a little bit of maneuvering here for Germany and France. France getting into position in the English Channel just to defend themselves. Germany getting into position in Holland, again, to defend Belgium. And Ruben actually just maneuvers everything back. So not willing to make a commitment yet, or he is getting ready to pivot into Baltic Sea and really hurt Germany. And as Germany, I would not be happy to see this at all. But also, Germany wasn't supporting anything of Ruben's or helping anything of Ruben's, so maybe he was told about this in some way. Although, if I was told about this, I would bounce Sweden all day, any day.
I mean, it seems like France also knew, though. There's no attack on Norwegian, and English Channel was guaranteed anyway. This feels like a very odd FGR, but like, I want to add the letter Y. Why? Because fundamentally, like Russia, I'm boring, harping on the same point. Kill Romania, just like take it out. It's technically your first bonus center, right? Is Russia, and there's no growth for you in the south without that pivot point. And Italy being there, I don't think is ever going to help you, ever, especially if it's a fleet or maybe less. It's just that is what you need to get somewhere. Pivoting to Germany, I see no diplomatic reason from the moves that have happened on this board to not throw to France if Russia comes after me. I will play a hard game as Germany. I will try, and then I will go, oh, well, nobody seems to care. Yeah. Oh, because I didn't notice it move. Oh, covering Warsaw. I mean, he didn't move there in the spring. You don't. This is an Austria that I think is actually very trustworthy, and if anyone in the south would just work with them, really like consistently, I think there'd be a lot of success. Walked out of Greece, didn't try for Warsaw. No, like there's no temptations. I mean, Bulgaria just reads as I'm frustrated that you popped Greece, and Greece reads as I feel bad. I'm sorry. Walk it back out. And I'm really just rooting for the AT cooperation here. I'm still rooting for that. I think that they both can succeed more than anybody else. And if they don't, it's looking like a strong move from Saren in the south. There's no convoy to Syria, but maybe Albania ends up there. That would be awkward.
I just want to point out here while we're on the east, Turkey is about to get 2 built, which is a really nice thing to have when someone goes into Eastern Mediterranean. I don't know that Seren was expecting that really, but yeah. So up in the north, 0 movement on Ruben's front. He's keeping the fleet in Sweden, I think, to give him the option to stab Germany if he wants to, but clearly he doesn't think it's a good idea to do so. Which I think is completely reasonable right now for the reasons Andrew laid out about potential throws. Bradley rotating back and actually bringing down to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. It looks like there could be some kind of coordination here to push towards the south as a group, although I feel like whoever commits most to that is going to regret committing to that.
Winner of 1906, Cameron Higby, does go up 2, putting down Fleet Smyrna, Army Ankara. Rest of the board stays even, moving into the spring.
Yeah, oh, looking at the west, there we go. At the moment Bradley rotates to the south with the fleet. At least he only did it with 1 fleet. He gets attacked. Germany putting that army in the crucial point of Yorkshire, getting into that weak point on the British Isles. That is a convoy I always adore, and it was excellently performed here. And yeah, perfect play from Andrew there. Of course, Bradley is going to be able to defend himself quite well. He does have an army on the island, but it's a good start, and it looks like Ruben is attempting to move with him. Although that could have been a range bounce in Norwegian.
Yeah, I think either way, if it's arranged or not, it still benefits Germany here. I will hope for a malicious support of Clyde into Liverpool in the fall. In the south, I'm the same. I think you two belong so well together, Austria and Turkey. I was really hoping for like a support into Greece, force Khan into Aegean, and for the love of God, get Russia on side for once, which is maybe Russia, I think, is seeing the light. I think as much as I've been harping on, I wish they would take Romania. Patience is a virtue here, and waiting to get that extra army down to make sure that it's a good attack, not just an attack. Very valuable. If that's been the plan all along, I think that's excellent. And I think it's finally developing here because people have a notion of who deserves what centers based on how Spring 1901 always plays out. Russia deserves Romania pretty much always. I think that just use that little hook, the expectation, and then they can really pull something off here that doesn't involve cannibalizing Germany. Yay. My opinion in the South is yay. Greece says, I expect, I don't know why you don't go to Aegean, but I don't see taking out Austria as a good thing here as Turkey. I guess it's a pitch that, you know, you're going to stick with Russia more, but Sev is open. I don't think you needed Sev to be open for this move. The pressure is there. Like, Russia doesn't have a good reason to come after you now with just 1 build, but I don't know. I just don't like taking out Austria here. Someone that's shown that like they can and will work with you, and they'll be conciliatory and kind, and it's just something is not quite right. Maybe it's the Turanian thing again. Why is he in Turanian again, Marcus?
It's a very good question. A very, very good question. I don't know that I agree with him going into Turanian here. That unit could be used to pick up a center, can be used to influence that side of the board, of course. But it is meaning he's going to be a unit down in the north, and right now it looks like he's going to need those units. He does play an interesting tactical game here. He makes 100% sure that he's going to get Belgium. Bradley does, and takes that. And in return, Andrew, probably assuming that he will do something like this, takes London. They swap 1 for 1, and no one really loses anything there.
From a position standpoint, do either of you feel like that benefits either power?
Do you want to take that, Andrew? You sounded like you had something.
Yeah, no one loses anything from a numbers perspective, but I'm a big personal proponent of the idea of minimal attack surface. I've stolen this from computer security, and it's just sort of what can be taken from you. It's best to limit that generally, right? London is not something you can really hold on to, and you lose the power and the fear that Yorkshire holds. Especially, it looks like you've convinced Russia to rotate up to Barents and force Norwegian, and you want that. You want that more than basically anything in the world because it's not on Baltic, and all you care is that it's not on Baltic. Will he betray you later and take North Sea? Sure, maybe. Future problem. Focus on the goal at hand. London is just very, very vulnerable. You can't leave it without risking it. You can't guarantee taking Liverpool or Edinburgh because of the fleet still in the English Channel. The only benefit is that Belgium is just as awkward. That's really, they've just made things much more awkward and entangled. And I'm not sure that tactically that's great for either of them.
Well, winner of 1907, we've got a very close race right now. We've got Bradley Grace in France on top at 8. Ruben Sanchez close behind with Russia at 7. We've got Andrew Koch's Germany at 6. And then we've got a very messy East following far behind. We do have a little bit of a return to a more traditional arrangement for our units in the East. Will we see some stability develop in the East? Are we going to continue on with this dipsy doodle? We'll find out. We've got Ruben Sanchez putting down Army Warsaw. We've got Saren Kwok putting down Fleet Naples. Spring of 1908, the game continues.
Boy, okay, so in the West here, we're seeing some tactical maneuvering from Bradley, taking North Sea, which is of course an incredibly valuable province. We do see Andrew, as other Andrew was saying, we do see him trying to get that London unit into a better spot by the look of it, or attempting to bounce something going into Yorkshire. And actually that leaves London open for the North Sea retreat. He does do a forward retreat here. It's going to be interesting whether the forward retreat is the right move. It does leave some vulnerabilities at home. I think Heligoland could have plugged stuff up maybe a bit more. But then nothing got into Belgium behind the unit that left, so maybe there isn't a vulnerability there after all. Not yet, anyway. And of course, we've got the move into Norwegian, which is, as Andrew said last time, it's quite important.
Yeah, I don't. If we had like 5 minutes, we could look at what we think is better, but we don't, and I'm sure that they've figured it out. Certainly, in the South, we got some weird shifts. Now we are in an Ionian, I think, as we all hoped had just happened sooner. I think maybe everybody in the what I was saying, it was 2 years ago, game years ago. We sort of wished that he'd gone to Ionian anyway. Cameron was smart enough not to flinch in Aegean. I'm glad to see the convoy to Bulgaria. That was sort of the very first thing on the mind is activate that army. It's got to be something. The decision not to go to Aegean really reads as everybody has decided that Austria deserves to die. And I'm still not convinced that that's the right thing for anybody here except Saren. It's looking better for Russia, certainly, with the armies rotating down. The growth potential is there, and it looks like you might get these centers before anybody else. But then, how much can you rely on an RT here in the long term? Like, why are you letting Turkey back into the game in that regard? And that's where I think Saren's going to have a really strong pitch in a year or two, maybe even 3, to just be like, look, Trieste, Serbia. Well, man, I'm not super threatening your centers, and then we can go work against Turkey. And that's why I don't like taking out Austria here.
I'm super interested in what's going to happen with that Ionian fleet from France. It looked again like those moves were somewhat arranged, maybe. Well, probably. I really don't know what's going on with that. I think maybe Bradley just really likes having a unit there to keep a finger on the pulse of what's going on in the East.
Well, if you had told me that France in 1908 would be in North Sea and Ionian, and I didn't see rest of the board, I would say they're going to win. From this position, I am not quite convinced. I'm going to ask for some predictions here. I'm going to go to you first, Andrew. Bradley pull this out from this position, or do you feel like it's too tenuous and somebody else may have the upper hand?
Tactically, it's nice to see it without the arrows. This is how I always envision things. This is pure diplomacy, right? Where he's at from a position standpoint. I think Germany actually might go down one this year, and by going down one, Russia might smell blood in the water and collapse on it. And I think it's at a point where Ionian, however fun, is quite far away from home. And I don't think stealing one off Italy is going to hurt enough to prevent an Italian offensive coming to West if you actually become the threat on the board, especially with getting Russia on side to take out Austria. That's what's changing in the South as opposed to the previous 7 game years. And I'm hoping that Bradley sort of has a spidey sense going off that things might actually be settling in the South. And he needs to keep an eye on how that's actually going to sort out, or there will be Italian fleets coming in his direction soon.
Yeah, something I do want to say here, which is just an interesting little tactical quirk. I don't think it would be a good idea for Bradley to go along with this, but maybe something Saren could pitch is the kind of forward retreat thing that we've talked about in the past, where you have something like Greece support Ionian into Aegean here, while Adriatic and Tyrrhenian dislodge it. And that would mean that whatever Turkey does to counter those moves, if they bounce the 2 units out of Aegean, then the retreat will get Bradley into Eastern Mediterranean anyway. Thing is, I don't think Bradley wants to advance the fleet to Eastern Mediterranean. That is a pretty terrible place to be if you want to keep your finger on the pulse. But if his purpose down there is to help Saren, could be a thing you'd want to do.
Well, we are called Gameday Live because we do cover our games live. And we're going to go ahead and pause here because we are getting dangerously close to catching up to our live moves as they're happening. So we're going to pause here for a moment. Before I do that, I'm going to bring Dan Lester in. Dan, I know you've been making lots of entertained faces and entertaining faces in the background in our green room. What are your thoughts on this game so far?
I nearly fell off my chair when Saren got into the Black Sea. I loved it. And my heart broke when she moved out into Romania, because why would you ever move out of the Black Sea? You could just power broke there all day long. And my main observation about this game is that it could easily go to 1920, maybe 1930, because there's only going to be one winner, and there's a lot of people on this board who still think it might be them.
Yep. It is time, or it is year limited to 1915. So sadly for us, we will not see that. But thankfully for the players, man, these games are long. They're going 8-9 hours. And when I play face-to-face, 8-9 hours is a long time, but I'm somewhat extroverted, so being around all those people give me energy. When I'm sitting at a computer for 8 to 9 hours and trying to manage Discord negotiations, going back and forth, that just drains the energy out of me. I will definitely be tired after that amount of time, and I can't even think about it going 15 years after that.
It just feels like a C Diplo game, right? Which is the games which are really, really tight. It's a scoring system that keeps everything really tight, because being top of the board is really all that matters. People are going up 2, down 2. People are going 8. Oh, now you're the danger. Now you're facing 2 or 3 people. Oh, now you're on 7. Okay, we'll back off you. Someone like Ruben is very accustomed to this sort of game. Must have played 100 games like this. And he's spending his entire game keeping the balance. He's walked to the unit, I think it was in Norway, and now it's in Romania, or something. I don't know what the transit has been, but you talked about it, Andrew. It's like he's been waiting for that unit to come around. Yeah, because the balance was needed in the north, and now around it comes, and now the balance is needed in the west. And now it's got, maybe it's the one in Bohemia, I don't know, but balance. So lots and lots of more balancing to come. And Bradley's in on it. I think that's what that fleet is doing in the south. I think it's like we can all play the balance game. I'll play the balance game. That's Sarah. How do you keep someone like Sarah on side? You give her an extra fleet to play with. Here you go. Use this. I've got one fleet too many. It was frightening Germany. I mean, he could possibly use it in fighting, but still, too late now. It's sailed away. So, and you talked about it being dislodged and going to the Eastern Med. It could also be dislodged to be picked up, built at home.
Yeah. I do want to make a very quick comment about one of the comments here. I don't know if we can bring it up. Does Marcus not want to commentate another Century game from Joss? And Peter saying, I do. Actually, something quite interesting about this. Of course, the Century game is referring to the longest diplomacy game of all time, which was played on Web Diplomacy. It actually looks very, very similar to this. And what happened was France got massive right off the bat, got very close to the win, got very overconfident, started sending units way further east than they could actually get away with having them, at which point they got crushed in the corner in Syria, and then everyone collapsed in on France and massacred them, and the game ended up being between Russia, Germany, Austria, Italy. Interested to see if Bradley might follow the same route here if he keeps sending units to places where they aren't really doing very much, or this units anyway.
Watch more of that game, you can watch it on Marcus's channel, Diplo Strats. Give you a little bit of a shout out there. If you have not found that channel yet, it's absolutely fabulous. Some of the best in-depth commentary of diplomacy games you'll find anywhere.
Yeah, also just want to give a very quick shout out to Peter McNamara's upcoming tournament, which will hopefully have 100-year games in it, since it doesn't have an end date on them.
All right, well, we're going to pause from our game coverage for a moment, and we're going to bring in an interview. Sadly, because we've been really hard at work doing lots of things, the very small staff this season, we've not been able to bring our players on for post-game interviews like we really wanted to, but Kevin O'Kelly did have a chance to interview one of our players, Doug Malott. And Doug is probably new to many of us on this broadcast because Doug's primary scores this season came out of an extended deadline game. We didn't have the opportunity to bring them in for top boards or anything like that. So really happy to get a chance to get to know Doug Malott a little bit better, particularly because we're going to see Doug playing next weekend.
And we are here with the winner of round 1, board 2, Doug Malott. Doug, congratulations on a great win.
Hey, thank you very much. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
I don't know. It looked pretty smooth most of the way. When did you get that first feeling that you had a chance to top?
Actually, it took a while, but it started out strong. It started out, Matt and I started out pretty well together because Chris Brand led off with a brand new invented opening by Chris Brand, and the last thing you want to see as a reasonably new to playing with Chris Brand player is, hey, I've invented a new opening for you. So that absolutely terrified me and pretty much put it firmly in an EF. So it felt like we were going to do some decent rolling. It didn't necessarily mean me, but it felt like we were going to have a pretty strong alliance throughout the game. Then things got a little sketchy around, say, 1905, 1906, where Karthik down there in Turkey had pretty much convinced everybody else they needed to go west while he stood behind them. I'm not sure that was great for them, but it did get a little dicey then. But then it started getting stronger because I got lucky enough. People actually got tired of the sort of Stonewall, and Chris and Jason were getting frustrated with the inability of anybody to move Keith in Austria off the middle of the board. So that's when it started feeling pretty decent. Around when I could tell people were getting frustrated with the Eastern play.
Was there any moment where, I know you had a lead, when did the tension get the most?
The tension was right there around the initial draw votes, I think. It was like, hey, look, the position's good. Unless somebody's going to do something insane right there, I don't really see a huge leap forward for anyone. And when you're thinking, hey, unless somebody's going to do something crazy, you're doing all right. And then everybody's like, no, we're not drawing. I'm like, oh, crap, somebody's going to do something crazy. And sure enough, it turned around. I think the stab of Italy sort of opened the board up a little bit, and then definitely Turkey managed to talk Austria into heading back and forth a couple of times. So, but I think I have no idea who vetoed the draw, but I would assume Karthik vetoed every single one of them. He's down there in Turkey. He's behind everybody else, and he absolutely had a shot. And I wouldn't blame him. I don't know that I would have taken a draw in that spot.
Yeah. All right, so you're a noted extended deadline, long term. I think I remember your name from Face to Face even back in the day. Is that right?
Yeah, I played years ago. I've actually been playing Diplomacy for my first game was over 40 years ago. I feel like David Hood here, and that was in 7th grade. They taught us how to play. With my very first game, and then I played a bunch in when I was around 18. I played some face to face back then, and then I played quite a bit when play by email got big, including some variants. I took a hiatus between the two of those, and then I took a huge long hiatus, and then actually the DBNI brought me back to playing Diplomacy because during COVID I saw some DBNI. We were all looking for stuff to watch, and I saw some DBNI streams on COVID of Diplomacy. I'm like, hey, I could absolutely play a couple of games here. So after about a 20-year hiatus, I came back and started playing some press. Sadly, I work weekends a lot. I sell real estate. I actually live down in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. I should. So my life is not too hard. There's my
beach view. There you go.
There's my view. There's my view from the balcony. So my life is not too hard, but I am busy most weekends, so I don't have a lot of time for VDL, which is a little bit of a regret. But yeah, back into this, and I'm really enjoying it.
So with the different style of play, what's the biggest thing after you clinch victory? What's the biggest thing you're thinking of heading into next weekend's championship game?
Hey, I'm just looking forward to seeing who we're playing with. I think I am by far probably the worst tactician on the entire board by a long shot. I had a couple of misorders last night. The crazy thing is neither one of them cost me, and I think one of them actually made my position better, at least diplomatically, so that wasn't a harm. But I am by far the worst tactician. I'm just pretty damn cheerful and very, very chatty. So I'm just hoping to get to talk to people.
Well, you mentioned David Hood. I will do the same. He doesn't call this game tactics. He calls it diplomacy. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the top board, and we wish you the best of luck, Doug.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your time.
And Doug giving us a preview at DBN's next broadcast, next TV show. It'll be Cribs Diplomacy Edition. Get to go around and see all of our players' houses. I doubt many of us will have quite the view like that one. What a great insight into his personality, and great to hear him coming through this broadcast. So really, really fun story. Dan, Marcus, I'll give each of y'all a quick chance. What are your thoughts on that interview?
Classy guy, classy player, right? And I enjoyed his kind of modest and humble approach to his decisive play. I think he could have taken a different road there. Smashed and good, but no, it seemed like I never met the chap, but seems like a tremendous bloke, and I want to fall for his duplicity and go down screaming in a game with him very soon.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that he said he was the worst tactician on the board, most likely. I don't know whether that would be true, especially considering he got most of his points from the Nexus Full Press League, I think, coming into this, which you definitely need to have some solid grasp of tactics on. So I'm very interested to see how he ends up playing next week.
I don't suppose the Ingenue card will work next time. I think the word is out. Definitely. Oh, silly old me. Do the armies go in the sea? Can't use that twice.
All right. Well, we are going to transition now over to our next game, and let's go ahead and bring that up right now. Today's third game, Last Chance Round 2, Board 2, is named after hobby legend Eric Klein. Eric Klein was one of the first promoters of play-by-email in the diplomacy hobby in early 1988, before the internet was even really a big thing. Eric was running diplomacy games with hand adjudication, but with negotiation through Usenet discussion forums. He then later in 1988 launched an electric zine called Electronic Protocol using a small BBS called Portal. In early 1990, he discovered a free connection from Portal into Usenet, allowing his zine to greatly increase in visibility and player base. During the next couple of years, Eric standardized rules that all internet-based GMs eventually adopted. Eric also helped promote the use of computer adjudicated games through programs called Judges. Eric and his successor, who formed something called the Electronic Protocol Coordinating Council, largely shaped how the early online hobby formed, and thus had an extraordinary influence over what the overall hobby looks like today. So, Eric, thank you for your contributions to this hobby. Once again, we are honored to be able to honor those who came before us in this hobby. On this board, Robert, you are correct. What a stellar board. We've got Michalis Kamaridis, our #1 seed overall. Zach Moore said he's done nothing but have hundreds all season long. Really stellar performance. Ed Sullivan, my pick to advance on this board in Houston. We've got Yalta Kuiper, dominant performance in the EDC this season, and has been very consistent in his play. Nicolas Taillet, coming out of Paris, France, winner of the Virtual Diplomacy League regular season 2 years in a row, I believe. Brandon Fogel, our 2023 DBN Invitational Diplomat of the Year. Nicolas Sahu-Gay, a multi-format world champion, both face-to-face and virtual face-to-face. And Zachary Moore, who is one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. This board is stacked. Dan, I'm going to go to you first.
This is it. You need the best to last. The main event. The heavyweight clash, right? This is the championship belt. Actually, it isn't. That's next week. But this is knives out. Knives out. Knives everywhere. It's not just great players. It's lethal players. Lethal players. You can't make a mistake near these people. You just can't. You can't make a mistake on the board. You can't make a mistake in your negotiation. You can't show weakness, right? Because you've got the British player, the Dutch player, the French player who lives in Canada, right? And these guys will have you. They will cut your throat, right? And there's no American Care Bears on this board. Sorry, guys. There's none, right? Brandon knows how to win. Loves to win. Zach, I mean, the Chaos Agent. Welcome. Welcome to this board that's already total chaos. The Chaos Agent. And Ed, who, even if he was inclined to play a solid alliance game, which is, going to, stay on the train, is going to stay on the tracks and we're going to reach the destination in the usual high quality dominant method that is his trademark. After what happened yesterday, where he did that and it looked like it was all going to be fine, and then he got his throat cut and chucked in the canal at the end, today's going to be like no mercy. It's got to be on a board like this. They all do.
On Board of Death, Part 2. Let's see our power selection.
Hey, thanks, Brian. We are here with the last chance board. This is round 2, board 2. And let's get to these unbelievable players. We've got our highest seeded player on the board, the #1 overall seed, Michalis Kamaridis, followed by Ed Sullivan, Yalta Kuiper, Nicolas Taillet, reigning DBN Diplomat of the Year, Brandon Fogel, Nicolas Sahu-Gay, and Zachary Moore. Zach, as you heard in your last game, and you'll hear it again here, #7 is all you get unless you get some help from behind. So, Nicolas, where would you like to go?
After Zach.
After Zach. Ooh. Brandon.
I'll pick before that.
Other Nicola.
I'll try to pick as high as I can.
Put you before Brandon Fogel. Yelta.
After Nicola and before Brandon.
For Brandon. Got it. Ed.
Before Nicola Taille.
For Nicola Taille. And McCallus.
After Ed and before Nicola.
All right, folks, that's how we have it. Ed Sullivan, you have the #1 overall pick. What would you like?
I'll take England.
England for Ed. McCallus.
France.
Nicola Taille.
I'll take Italy.
Yelta.
Austria.
Austria is Brandon.
I will take Russia.
Zach, by default and by rules, that places you in Turkey, and Nicola is in Germany.
Well,
This is our lineup, folks. Best of luck to everyone, and we will see one of you today in the winner's circle.
Good luck, everyone. Have fun, everybody.
Good luck, all.
Good luck.
Good luck.
How'd you like those onions? Hey, Nicola, where would you like to go? I want to go last. I mean, what? This is a guy who loves to play Turkey. And then, because he could still get to, it's the only way he can get Turkey twice, right? Because he can't pick it in 6th. Brilliant. But he doesn't even get Turkey. He gets what was generally considered to be a much stronger country, and a country that obviously Nicola plays really well. Germany lands in his lap. I love it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I want to also say it's a repeat of what we've seen before at the top, right? With someone who's played France before getting pushed involuntarily even to the top of the power rankings, well, to the top of the Paris rankings, just to make sure they have the slightly worse tiebreak since they can't take that insta-lock France anyway. I love that from McCallus, letting that go first.
So I wonder if, you know, when you're in this Paris method situation, you've got a little bit of time to think about it. These Western powers are more popular to take, right? Unless you're a specialist, these you know, the Englands and the Frances, since that they go early. What are the chances that McCallus and Ed have thought there's a good chance that we're going to be next to each other? And the person, you know, it's for McCallus to decide whether he wants to be next to Ed or not. So that's also that goes into the consideration, right? Ed, I'm going to take away your chance to choose whether you're near me. I want to be near you.
I love the mind games that this Paris Methods selection creates. It's a big part of why we feature it on so many of our top board broadcasts. And I am especially loving this rule change for this season about players not being able to play the same power twice. Has definitely influenced some of our decisions here. I wonder if Nicola planned that out when he dropped below, knowing that Zach would have to take Turkey and leaving something else available to him, and choosing to have the value of that tiebreaker coming in. We will find out. I would love to have a little conversation about that if we ever have the time. But right now, we are going to get into our game coverage. We are looking at the last board of the last chance to qualify for this season's championship game, spring of 1901. World champion Dan Lester, please walk us through this game.
Okay. Well, my eyes are naturally drawn to Turkey, where a decision has been made. I think I'm supposed to start in the West, aren't I? That's what I'm technically supposed to do. So I'll be good. I'll leave the interesting moves. Yeah. In the West, nothing has happened. In fact, so much nothing has happened that Munich hasn't even moved. Munich has just disdained the idea of moving. I elect not to move. Interesting. And now it has two neighbours, Burgundy and Tyrolia. Who is friendly? Who is just there for the larks? Who is there for their own defence? Who can say? Don't know. Remains to be seen. Nothing else to see here. Moving on to the east.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about what Dan really wanted to talk about there, which is Zach committing hard to probably an attack against Brandon. These are two players who have a lot of history together. In fact, they're both founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I'd say their history has been a lot of rivalry in general in some of these games. And Zach is immediately pushing that right off the bat. Elsewhere in the east, we've got a bit more standard of an opening, but Nicola sending that unit up to Tyrolia, going to be interesting to see where that goes. It obviously has a lot of options. Could drop straight down into Trieste and maybe nab him as center there.
Since we have a little bit of time, I'm going to use some host privilege here and talk about myself. We have the opening to Armenia, and that opening is what brought me to the Windy City Weasels in Chicago. A player named Matt Sundstrom popularized this, and I, being a voracious consumer of any kind of diplomacy media that I could find on the internet, had to ask myself, why would anybody want to open this way? So I sought out the club to go and answer that question, and that's what led me to the competitive diplomacy hobby, and ultimately to meet Brandon and help found the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. So this opening does have a near and dear place in my heart. One of the things that the Weasels will tell you, because this opening was used so often, is that it is not necessarily, it is definitely tends towards being anti-German, but it doesn't have to be anti-German. If Brandon and Zach can get on the same page, decide whose fleet gets into Black Sea, you can convoy that army into Romania, and you can be off to the races with a very strong position against Austria, and it doesn't signal juggernaut to the rest of the board. Question is, though, is that the right decision? And oftentimes you'll decide, no, it is better for me to continue with that attack against Brandon. So we'll see what'll happen. If any player, though, is comfortable responding to that, it's Brandon Vogel.
You bet, and you can shunt. Like, this isn't that different. It's just a bit more active than Smyrna to Ankara. You can shunt it and turn it into a Western move straight away with safety as Turkey, if you want, for sure.
All right, moving on to the fall 1901.
Yeah, so actually, it does immediately turn around, goes down to Syria, in fact, so completely out of the way, and Ankara moves out to Constantinople at the same time. So a lot of good coordination between Brandon and Zach all of a sudden, and double support into Romania as well. And of course, we do see Nicola going with that move into Trieste. I'm not sure that will have been agreed. There's a possibility if it was agreed to get the extra fleet on the board. I think we'll see probably in builds what comes of this, and maybe how much Yelta was on board with that.
So yes, having come from 0 to 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds, a bounce in Holland, because of course there is nothing says bounce in Holland like those spring 1901 moves. Am I right? But that's the thing about Holden Munich, right? What did Holden Munich do? Did it put France off? Possibly. Did it put Italy off? Quite possibly, right? Hard to say. But it's a really solid move, but the risk is, of course, no support for Holland, no say over Belgium. England can get bored. This has got to be NEF arrange, right? Because England must have said, yes, absolutely, you may have Belgium. And then we'll have been sitting around with nothing to do, reluctant to do what his southern partners might want, which is put that army up there in Norway and annoy Brandon, right? So I would suggest, don't know if this is true, but Brandon and Ed have had a long conversation about what may or may not happen in Norway now, and what may or may not happen in St. Petersburg as a result of that. And Ed has decided, I'm not going to put that army in Norway. I am going to mess with Nicola. I am going to maybe see nothing in St. Petersburg and let Brandon get the ball rolling, because he's going to be putting armies on, right? Those armies are going to be pointed at Austria, and when they're finished with Austria, they can easily roll up into Germany, right, and all this stuff. The last thing that Brandon probably wants to do is to start sticking fleets on in St. Petersburg when he's trying to cram armies down in the south. I've too much speculation, sorry. But that's what the West says to me. France is very happy. Nicholas will be extremely happy to get Belgium and only 2 builds, right, which to a certain degree is optimal on a board like this. Before anyone has made any real decisions, I wouldn't say that Nicola and Ed are now fighting, right? I wouldn't now say that there is an EF. This can all be sorted out, but Nicola has definitely been slowed down, which is probably what everybody wanted to see, given his status as a trophy holder in the DBNI.
In winter of 1901, we've got Nicola putting down fleet in Belgium. Not what I was expecting, to be honest. Ed Sullivan puts down fleet Eddie. Michalis Camaridis, fleet Brest, army Marseille. Can't imagine that Ed's too happy with that set of builds. We do get the double fleet build from Nicola Taillet's Italy, and we've got Army Budapest and Fleet Smyrna in Austria and Turkey, respectively. Brandon Fogel putting down my preferred 2 builds as Russia, Army St. Pete, Army Moscow, keeping it conservative, keeping those options open, not overcommitting too early.
So a wise man once said to me, there's no supply centres in the sea. So you want to be careful about how many fleets you put on the board. But then I think Chris Martin it was that soloed with 18 fleets or something ludicrous. So it may not be completely true, but still, nonetheless, lots and lots of fleet action. Nicola has done the thing that he did, that I covered a board that he did in the last online tournament, where in the top board, the final board, he was Germany there, and he built Fleet Berlin, and Michalis was in Russia, and he lost his mind. And because it was an unannounced Fleet Berlin build, and Michalis just attacked him for the rest of the game, and that was one of the reasons why the game went the way that it did, and Jamal walked away with it in England. So Nicola doesn't care about the past. Nicola is not afraid. Down goes Fleet Berlin again, but this time he's got a good excuse, which is that Kiel was occupied, and I had to put a fleet down on it. And Brandon doesn't seem to have been alarmed by that at all. Whatever Ed was trying to achieve in the north has not worked. The fact it looks like he would have been better off popping, or would he? What's going on? Who's agreed to what? Who's fighting whom? Has Brandon forced Norway, or is this a deal? Because Norway's moved out. But then Eddie's gone to Norwegian, so what's it all about? What's it all about? Moscow hasn't gone up to St. Pete. We haven't done that sort of Finland nonsense. So I can't tell, looking at this, whether this is a deal or not. Yorkshire has made it to Holland with Belgian support, and France has tried to push Ruhr. So that much I can tell. It is definitely now an EF.
Yeah, so over in the East, we've got some interesting moves here. I think possibly the most interesting move here is Tunis back to Apulia. Instead of putting that pressure on Turkey trying to get into Eastern Mediterranean or going to Aegean at the same time as this attack on Bulgaria. As the configuration here is that they decided to go for something that required luck to work, the attack on Bulgaria, hoping that Zach would just bring the 2 fleets out. Didn't work out. What this convoy back does is shore up Italy. Like, that army on the Italian mainland is so much more useful than being stuck in Tunis. It can move back up to Venice, and then it can kind of just make sure that Austria is not going to have as much of a chance to get Trieste back anytime soon. And this, combined with the fact that this is like a very standard AI position, it's a little bit advanced because Italy has more fleets than usual, and Turkey has their fleets out earlier. But it's kind of a standard AI versus RT position, and in that position, Italy is already a bit stronger than Austria anyway. I think Nicola is setting himself up quite well for the future here. Okay, and we do see that move of Apulia back up to Venice here, just to shore up defenses on that front. Nothing else really making any progress, and something interesting, Zach trying to get into the Black Sea, getting bounced out by Brandon Fogel. Is that a change in the alliance structure here? It could have been agreed. It's a little difficult to tell at the moment. But yeah, and on the other side, Nicola, very glad he has that extra fleet just to arrange a bounce with Michalis, although Michalis could have forced that if he really wanted to. Clearly doesn't, decides to paint the map with a giant ugly arrow instead.
So I think, looking at Black Sea for a moment, if I may, this is a really interesting question about what the negotiation play was here, because both Russia and Turkey need a unit in Black Sea to help themselves. And if they're working together, that means that each of them should theoretically be happy to have a unit in the Black Sea. But it's manifest that neither of them were comfortable in the negotiation to say, yes, it should be your unit. Now, objectively speaking, we've got an army in Smyrna that's doing nothing. So just from a sort of how should the board look point of view, you might say, well, we want to get the fleet south to defend against Italy. Okay, can't. All blocked up. So might as well use that, get that fleet out while we still can and make it the Turkish fleet. I don't know if Zach put that too forcefully to Brandon or how Brandon felt, or whether the discussion was the other way around. Brandon was like, you should use that to support and do this fancy thing. Either way, they need one in there if they're going to work together, and they haven't got one in there. So that's bad. Ed's decide what... I mean, I keep drawing the attention to this Ed-Brandon discussion because I felt like it was a bit hinky, and it's been hinky since the start, since he didn't put the army up there, and then Brandon built St. Petersburg anyway. And maybe he had to and all that, but still, and went west. Ed's declined a free Denmark. He doesn't know it's a free Denmark, but it turns out it is a free Denmark, to take back Norway. And trusted to the French to let him keep Holland. The French has done that. My question is, what's France's next centre? He's building Spain. Spain, which has incidentally deliberately not supported Mid-Atlantic to the Western Med. It has done so in a very egregious way. Spain to Moscow. Ha ha ha. What a funny joke order that is. Let's all have a laugh. Distracting people from the fact that I failed to support Mid-Atlantic to Western Med, which I probably should have done if I'm not fighting England. What's France's next centre after Spain? And that's going to dictate the unit that Carlos puts down. What is it, Munich? How long is that going to take? Germany can tap Holland until next Tuesday. England's next build is Denmark or Sweden, right? So England has to give Holland to, but France is okay. It's all right. I'll support Holland. This is fine. We'll carry on very, very slowly, half attacking Germany while you have a private war with Russia. You see how this knives game is starting to break out all over already. Knives, knives, knives.
I'll be watching to see whether or not Holland gets convoyed up into Scandinavia, and France's next dot is Holland. That's the only way that I could see the two of them sticking together. If that were to happen, what adjustments would you be looking for here, Dan?
Well, I mean, it's a very tricky one, isn't it? England only has one army, and it could very shortly have no armies. So, if you're alive to the risk, it's got to be an English army. Let alone whether you think it's tactically the right thing to do. Slide Norway into Barents, convoy to Norway, support with Skagerrak, blah, 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 blah. France, decision time. What's the fourth army going to do for you? Going to help you break down that door? Is a fleet more enticing, especially since you can't put it in Marseille? Ed's not going to fall for that, but what can he do about it? Is he going to reverse his entire strategy? Let's find out.
And we do see Army Paris, Fleet Eddie.
So
to me-
neither of the things, right? No army in England. I don't need one. Which of course means Mid-Atlantic to Irish, Spain to Mid-Atlantic, Paris to Brest. England's done. He's on toast. You might as well toast. Just put him in the toaster. He's done, right? So trust has broken out in the EF.
Is it going to be an immediate grab for dots, or is there a long game from Michalis Kamaridis? It's his choice coming into spring of 1903.
Okay. Yeah. So no stab. I don't. Nicolas Piston cornflakes. Nicolas Hoge. Don't know why. Don't know. I don't know what. I'm not sure why they don't want to let him back in the game. I think there's an option there, especially for Michalis to change sides there. Chooses not to do it. Probably think he's got the whip hand on Ed. Not sure personally, but we'll have to see. Especially not since conflict with Nicolas Taillet has started to break out. He has decided to force Western Med. I feel uncomfortable with these decisions. Brandon, yeah, I mean, doing what he needs to do, which is to try and fight England and work with Germany. I think that's absolutely right. Try and preserve a balance of power there. Interesting about the Heligoland thing. That's probably a mistake, right? It's a guess. Do you come? Knowing what you know now, you would want to move Ruhr to Kiel, right? But either Heligoland supports or goes back to Denmark and Baltic states where it is. So that's a bad guess by Germany. It's probably 50-50, and that's the West.
Yeah, I do want to say I'm actually quite disappointed that Michalis doesn't take the shot here. I think with so many fleets coming out of England at this point, England is gunning to be in that position that England sometimes get in, where you just have so many fleets in the north and take out everyone else's. No one can really deal with you. It's obviously quite early to be thinking of that right now, but Michalis had the opportunity right now to go up to Irish, go up to Mid-Atlantic, get that convoy set up and actually start to take him out. I do wonder whether, looking at what's going on in the south, Nicolas Taillet was aware of that, was going, I don't want France to be this strong. I'm going to demand a bounce in Western Mediterranean this turn. And that kind of takes away Michalis' ability to do that because he can't get that convoy into position. And Michalis, as response to that, goes to Western Mediterranean with force instead. In the actual east here, we've got a big change of momentum with Zach Moore going back into Armenia here, bouncing in Black Sea, and importantly, with Austrian support, with Yeltsin's support, taking Romania off of Brandon. So it looks like whatever happened in Black Sea last turn, it was a lead up to some bigger hostilities here.
Yeah, and this is super unstable for Turkey to just try and operate with one army around the edge like that and no Black Sea. Super unstable to do this in spring, to try and sit in Romania. I mean, he could lose both. Turkey could be on 3 after fall easily. So he's got to keep his fingers crossed that his diplomacy holds.
Yeah, if we look at the East here, suddenly a big problem for Zach. He did manage to take Romania, of course, but Austria immediately flipping on him. So clearly just giving that support in order to break up this RT and then taking advantage immediately of the RT. Unfortunately for Austria, doesn't actually get the build out of it. Nicola coming in behind him, taking Serbia off of him, getting the build for himself. So Yeltsin's still on 4, despite managing to get all the way to Bulgaria at this point. And I'd be upset as Yeltsin about this. I would really have wanted to take a build for myself at this point, considering where Nikolai is getting to. That's pretty much all to say here. They managed to flip Brandon onto their side as well, getting that support for Budapest to Romania, but that one didn't go through.
Yeah, for me, this is 2 bad guesses for Brandon Fogel in this round, or two poor decisions, maybe, I don't know. Ones that he would want back. He doesn't need to support Sevastopol with Ukraine. So he can put the Austrian in Romania if he wants. Because that Budapest will cut the Romania support, right? He was thinking maybe Armenia support Romania, Sevastopol probably, or, there's lots of configurations, and he maybe didn't trust the Austrian. Seeing the moves as we see them now, we see that Russia can put Austria in Budapest. That more or less wipes out Turkey as a threat to a certain degree. Even if he is in the black in Armenia, you only have to worry about Austria. And in the north, guessing, it looks like there's a promise, and the promise is we're all bored of Nicola Sergei, who apparently everybody wants to kill for no reason. No, for every reason, because they want the dots, but still, no one wants to work with Sergei. So if you support me into Denmark, I will walk out from Norway. Surely that must have been the promise. Do we think? I don't know. But he hasn't done. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe you support me to Denmark and I will just stop attacking you. But how long is that going to hold? Don't know. It feels like a bad guess. If Brandon was here, he would say, Daniel, you're an idiot. This is exactly what I expected to see, as you will see as I go, as my dots go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And maybe this is a good moment to say that about Russia, which is in top board scenarios. Russia, when it's doing okay, is always on more centers, right, than other countries. And you go, Brandon, he's got Turks in his knickers and it's all over the place. But he's about to go down 1, right? That's right. And he's still going to go 5. So...
yeah, I've seen Russia come back. I've seen Brandon do it. I've seen Nicola Sahuge do it, come from just 2 centers back to top of board before. So it's a very resilient country. It's also extremely fragile. But Brandon is the kind of player, he's the Diplomat of the Year last year. He won this whole thing for a reason, knows how to play this game. He can play patient and take advantage of some opportunities that may develop later in the game, but he has to survive in order to do that. And that's going to be the gamble and the risk that I see of working with England here, is that's the one player who can come and really make your life miserable.
If I was Nicolas Sergei, I would be unbelievably annoyed right now. Because your defense is great. Like last time you lost the 50-50 with Ruhr, but this time you've got it right. You've got the Italians who use the unit instead of defending Piedmont, which maybe it should have done. It's helped you help with Munich. You've done the double bounce of Helgoland that should put you in a position maybe to hold either Denmark or Holland. You're in good shape, and then boom, suddenly you've got no friends anymore apart from that one unit in Tyrolia that's going to get bored any second. Probably put the Austrian in or something. Look, if you're France, okay. Started to feel semi-vindicated about your decision-making. But my question abides. What's your next center?
Yeah, Marcus, what's going on in the West?
I was actually looking at the East real quick. I do want to jump back to this because of what's going on with Serbia again. I had a little bit of time to think about it. And of course, Nicola taking that extra dot, it is kind of actually required with this moveset, just because if Budapest gets into Romania, otherwise that Turkish unit retreats into Serbia, right? So that's Nicola's excuse. This is why you need to allow me to backfill Serbia for you. What my argument for what Yeltsin should have done here is maybe, hey, I know that it's tempting to go up and try and support the German and help out your friend in Italy, or maybe push into Munich, although I think it's more likely to support the German. But I really think Yeltsin should have made a point of saying, okay, if you're going to Serbia, I need to be sending Vienna into Trieste. I need to be following you up here so that I can get, an extra build a build for myself. And so I'm not in this much weaker position right now.
Tough again, because again, if that doesn't go, then there's nowhere for Austria to build. He's blocked himself in all his spots.
That is true, but if it doesn't go, actually, Budapest would have moved out to Romania, right? Because that would have been the build that he got. So he would have.
Again, Marcus.
But yeah, it is a really tough thing to think through, especially when you've only got the that took me a lot of looking at that situation just to work out all the possibilities. These people are on a 15-minute timer and they have to talk to everyone at the same time, so super difficult.
Marcus, is it decision time for Ed Sullivan? Should he consider being the one to move on Michalis Kamaridis in this position?
I would certainly be tempted to. I have a feeling he might, knowing Ed's general style of play, I have a feeling he might want to keep Michalis on side, keep trying to get his advantage in the north, and push Brandon Fogel out, just make sure that he has everything up here, and then hope that in the late game, Michalis is so solidly on his side that Michalis says, okay, Ed, you can have the win, because I'm being pressed from the south and you've got the win anyway. It's between you and someone in the south. But yeah, if I was in Ed's position, I would certainly consider jumping on France here. I think
it's really difficult because England is fighting Russia now and Germany, because he's definitely just stuffed Russia. Like, I don't know what was supposed to be arranged, but that surely can't be it, right? So unless he's got some incredibly complicated deal going where he's going to put down Fleet, Liverpool, Army, London, and Brandon's on a promise for Norway with the army and to support Denmark and all this, which seems like an extended deadline type of deal rather than what you might do, like you just said, Marcus, with a very limited amount of time. If he turns on France, you've got Russia going, well, I'll have Norway, thanks. And you've got Germany saying, oh, I might live. France is so bad. I just don't understand. He's badly set up for his next build. And if he can play patiently and survive, then he'll be fine.
Well, we do not see hoping for is the fireworks from Ed Sullivan. Instead, we've got what is probably the more correct builds with Army London, Fleet Edinburgh, and we've got Nicolas Taillet putting down Army in Venice. Spring of 1904. Dan, what are we looking at?
Right, so the answer is what you said, and you said it a slightly different way, but the answer towards France's next build is Holland. And it looks like England is going to let France Holland. Oops, and he's also got Munich. Because Italy and Austria have decided not to go for Munich. They've decided that they're more interested in the West. So there's 2 builds for France. That's 2. One of them off England, which means England needs to get a build. Now, let's see. What's that build going to be? Oh, it's not going to. Oh, what's happened to Norway? Oh dear. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Now Norway's gone, so he's got to get back Norway and get another one. Okay, we can still do this. So he's got 3 on Norway, Edinburgh, North Sea, Skagerrak. And he's got 3. He's got one, but he's got Baltic and Holland on Berlin. And the Germans will only have 2, slightly easier, and Berlin. Oh, as long as the French help him in Munich and don't get cut. Ooh, do we like this? I don't. I mean, these 2, like I said, right from the get-go, ever since that 1902, when Michalis could have stabbed the hell out of Ed and chose not to, I've been talking about trust. And I'm looking at the YouTube comments, but they might be in there going, oh, all we were doing was hugs and kisses from spring 1902. And no thought crossed my mind that I might walk into the 6 empty centres. Like, they might be writing that, and that might be the truth. But this is a top board, Joe. And they're the top 2 seats on the top board. So at some point, this whole, oh, we're the targets, we should stick together, and we're not stabby players, we're nice players, and all the others are so stabby and scary with knives, it's going to wear off, right? And someone's going to remember they picked second in their Paris method and got the tiebreaker. How long is this going to go on for?
Yeah, I kind of want to see. So Ed is so close to that beautiful English position of having the only fleets in the north, right? He's got Sweden to deal with. He's got Berlin to deal with. Berlin's not a fleet at the moment. It's just stuck in Berlin. It can't go anywhere. So really, it's just Sweden he needs to blow up. And then he's got complete and utter fleet dominance. If he has an agreement with Michalis, don't build a fleet in Brest, then he's on pretty solid ground. And from that point, there's not actually very much that France can do, even if they're getting builds, right, to launch that attack. Unless they manage to set something up with a move to Mid-Atlantic Ocean at the same time as a fleet build. I think Michalis' window of opportunity to be attacking Ed is going to disappear once that Swedish fleet is off the board. So he kind of needs to. He needs to be considering that, even getting this many builds. Over in the east, we have Brandon going into Romania here with support from the Austrian. It all seems very bad for Zach. Greece is getting pushed into Aegean as well. You can see that Yelta didn't quite trust Brandon here, moving back to Vienna to defend himself. It might have been distrust of Nicola, but looking at what the moves have been so far, I think it was more likely distrust of Brandon. And Yelta is in a position to take Trieste again if he wants to. Of course, he could decide that maybe those Italian armies are more useful to him now that they're all kind of pinned down in place by enemy units.
Yelta's still in this. Yelta's well in this, right, in the pivot, with friends all around him, potential friends and actual friends. And even though he might not have any time centers in a minute, he'll still be in it, right? Because he's got the chat, and he's got the vision, he understands the ball position. Zach is suffering the consequences of that army all by itself on the mainland when he tried to go up to 5 without the backup, and this is the inevitable consequence of that.
Well, I feel like we're looking at a pretty big turn as we come into fall of 1904. We'll continue that focus in the east. It's very fragile. I can see this going in lots of different directions.
Okay, yeah, so looking at the east here, something big happens. Michalis gets into Tunis as a result of this attack on Western Mediterranean, and it is in a full phase. So kind of interesting move. I don't know why Nicola would do this. It feels like a wasted, it's just a really bad move to go for a positional move like Western Mediterranean when your opponent could slip into Tunis behind you. I think he would have been better served being defensive here. Maybe he was thinking that Michalis was going to go up into Mid-Atlantic Ocean with one of these units. Maybe Michalis had told him this. I feel like that's the only reason why you'd make an order set like this. And what happens elsewhere, we see Yelta get Trieste back. I really like that play. Yelta actually attacks Serbia at the same time, and Nicola attacks Greece. So clearly these two either had a falling out this phase or both decided now was the time to go for each other. I feel like if they were properly going for each other, wouldn't Nicola have blocked Trieste at the same time? I'm not really sure what exactly happened here. Maybe Nicola requested.
They might have talked about a swap or something, who knows?
Yeah, that's possible. Maybe Nicola requested Greece, and Greece in return for Trieste, and Yelta went, yeah, but actually no, I'm going to take Trieste and I'm going to stop you from getting Greece at the same time.
Something like that.
Yeah, and on Brandon and Zach's front, I mean, Zach's very happy to see this breakdown in communication between those two, or this stab, and Brandon keeping Galicia clear but moving up and away, so possibly not very anti-Zach anymore.
Yeah, so there we go. Zach, this is when Zach's at his best, I guess, right? When he's got the chaos in his hand as opposed to the chaos in his position. So he can create the chaos rather than curate the chaos. Absolutely devastating error from Italy, from Nicolas Taillet. And he would have looked at that and gone, what was I thinking? And maybe it's a remnant of a previous order set, which has Ion going to Tunis behind. And maybe late on he's gone, oh God, oh yeah, the deal, and he's forgotten. Because if Ion goes to Tunis, then that's legit. Actually, it's good. It works good. I think what I want to focus on in the West is this Brandon disband. So Brandon's up there in Russia. Whatever's happened between him and England, whatever disagreements and difficulties that they've had, who feels slighted, who feels annoyed, who feels this, who feels that. This is comprehensive dismantling of the Russian position, who only has two units. And Brandon's gone, okay, not wasting any more time up here. Enough already. I imagine Brandon's talked to Michalis every single season to go, you're going to do it now? You're going to take your 3 centers now? You're going to stab now? You're going to stab now? What about now? What about now? Do you want to win this game? He would have said what you said, Marcus, about the Northern Fleet situation. What are you going to do? What are you going to do in a minute when England has one of these two, whoever moves first, they're probably going to top the board at this point. And Brandon's like, enough. If if England and France have just decided they're going to carry on working together and then one of them's going to win it, I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened in round one to a certain degree. But everyone else is playing the knives game, and those two aren't. So I love it from Brandon. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do at this moment. Wake up, and then you can recover.
So Dan, you're saying Brandon's piffing both of his units for to kind of force Ed and McCallus to fight?
Yes, well, there's three reasons why Brandon would pick up those units. The first reason is because now he has 4 centers and 3 units. So he will be building in the build phase, which is great because he can put on what he wants. And if Sevastopol gets into the Black Sea, then he could even build in Sevastopol if he wanted to. And if Warsaw is balancing with this German in Silesia, who knows, then he can even build in what he's got the choice. One of the retreats he could make would be Norway to St. Petersburg, but he could just rebuild that army anyway. So he loses nothing by piffing these 2 units, except that in a minute he's going to have to choose, he would have to choose one to disband anyway. Manifestly, the Fleet Sweden is useless because there's an English Fleet Baltic, no Germans to work with, English Fleet Denmark, English Fleet Sweden, English fleets everywhere. So manifestly, that fleet is useless anyway, so there's just no point having it. But the main reason is that it's a dramatic statement. Like maybe the previous one is the main reason, but it's also quite a dramatic statement. Physically, I'm used to face-to-face, and you would see these pieces being removed from the board. People would do it in a flourish. The German fleet would come off. The Russian fleet would come off, and they would wave at the board in that way. Oh, it's 2 builds for Russia. I'm so sorry. I maligned him. Sorry, even better. I'm so sorry. So it's even better. He picks them both up, and now he gets to build 2, as opposed to just hanging out with that rubbish in the north that can just defend St. Petersburg.
Yeah, falling back to a defensive position, perhaps. All right, we got +3 for McCallus Camaridis, +1 for Ed Sullivan. If McCallus is going to make a move against England this turn, this game, this has to be the time to do it, right?
Yeah, I even think it's a little bit ineffective now because Ed could just put down Fleet Liverpool here, move North Atlantic Ocean, Irish, English Channel. Not much McCallus can do about that. He can try and make progress on the German front, and yeah, eventually he'll make progress. But this is exactly the problem with once all of the northern fleets are gone, England has complete and utter dominance. They can send all those fleets to the west, and there's really not that much you can do to stop them. I think McCallus has to make the move right now, but it's still going to be a little bit ineffective in doing so, and that's why I really would have wanted him to make it earlier.
The other thing to say about that Tunis thing is, do you think McCallus said he was going back? And can you come behind me to help me against England? And then he just took Tunis anyway.
Yeah. Well, net result, we get Fleet Marseille, Army Paris, and a wave from McCallus Camaridis. We've got an Army Eddie from Ed Sullivan. Don't know that you could get much friendlier between those adjustments. Brandon Vogel rebuilding 2 armies for that stronger defensive position that we just talked about. Nicolas Taillet disbanding the Western fleets. Definitely seems to be more upset at the East, trying to maintain what little defensive power he has remaining. Austria putting down an army, and this game is just starting to heat up a little bit. The real question is going to be, how long can this dynamic duo of Ed and McCallus last?
Right. So, okay. So here we are, spring 1905, and this game is probably over. All that's going to happen probably now with these two with their 17, including Tunis, right? And St. Petersburg sitting right there, right? St. Petersburg, they're over the line, right? So who's going to win the race? They've both thrown their lots in, Ed and McCallus, on the race. And we're sitting here saying, well, now's the time for them to try and win the race. But at the moment, they're still doing that. If you imagine it's a middle distance race or a long distance race, you don't sprint from the beginning and try and win. You get tired. At what point do you think resistance in the rest of the board is shattered? And now it's just about which of the two of us will win. Because Nicola has just signaled that his resistance is shattered. Right? which I think is a colossal mistake. This is the top board, effectively. This is the chance to qualify for the final. And I don't care how, and I had a go at McCullers on my last commentary, and now I'm going to have a go at Nicholas Taillet, who I think is a brilliant strategist. From all my interactions with him, he's always much more on it than I am. But you're not going to top this board, mate. There's no point extracting revenge or trying to hold on to a position in the East. Forget it all. None of that matters. It's irrelevant. You're not going to top the board, and whether you keep Serbia or you get in the way of Austria, keep those fleets on in the West and just say, come on, guys, Crusade. We've got to stop these guys. Come on. I don't care about me. I'm not playing for me anymore. I'm playing for this. I got to hold back this tide. I want to influence the outcome. Because now he's not influencing the outcome. Not at the present time. Brandon has to give up the North. Mandatory. Doesn't have the material to hold. Very different situations to Nicola in the South. I don't really... These guys need to sort their stuff out. They need to get in a corner. If all four of them in a room and say, well, they're doing this, or that's it. And maybe they have done that. And maybe that's why they're saying they disbanded all their units because they can't be bothered with the game. But I don't know. See, it would seem like a pity.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to cover what happens in the East. I think it's not all that relevant. There's still an attack going on between Italy and Austria. It's worth considering that Austria probably did stab Italy right before, and that might be why they took the, they decided to say, kind of shattered with this. But at the same time, I feel like the story is really the West here, and I really feel like Michalis is making a mistake to think he can win this race. France can theoretically pick up more centers, and if you've got a solid EF for a game that's about the solo, then yeah, France can more likely get the solo from if it's got this kind of momentum that it's getting. But this is a board where you just need to top. I think Ed is going to be in a position to stab Michalis no matter where Ed goes because of the number of fleets that he's got. And he can leave it 8 years to do so. If they keep moving forward, he's still going to stab Michalis at the end. He's still going to take the victory. There's not much Michalis can do to stab him unless he gets back into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and even that's losing momentum. And it comes right away. Yeah.
Yes, it does. There it is. And ironically, it's come in a moment which is one of the worst stab moments that's available. Right? But he's only stabbing for one. But he's stabbing for position, of course.
Yeah, I guess I should talk about
the army to the homeland is raw. Yeah.
I was just going to briefly say, I guess I should talk about the East, but I don't think the East is all that relevant to what's going to resolve this game anymore. Zach making his attempt to just push out into the Mediterranean and supporting the Italian against the Austrian here, just keeping some elements of chaos, as Zach is known to do. But yeah, down to you in the West. I think that's the important thing.
Sorry, yes, I didn't mean to roll over it. I think, yeah, there it is. I think it's really interesting because you've got lots of different options here. North could have convoyed Norway to Belgium, for instance. That's an option. But he wanted Finland to come out. So you've only got so many units up there to play with, really. I don't think St. Petersburg was opposed. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. The fleet goes into St. Petersburg, so this decision is complete, right? Because that's it. Just need Bosnia and St. Petersburg to hold that line against Russia. And yeah, you bang down Fleet Liverpool. Don't know. What do you think? Army London? Maybe? Fleet London?
I feel like he could build the worst builds possible. He'd still win this game at this point.
So we got Army London, Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Smyrna from Turkey, disband in Vienna, moving on to spring of 1906.
Okay, so he's changed his mind. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Wow, he's changed his mind. And he could have it all now. Maybe they've done it. Was that a bluff stab?
I mean, with those builds, probably not.
Well,
I think the Fleet Liverpool like keeps the French player pinned down regardless. You're keeping the French out of Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
I think he's still going to stab McAllis the moment McAllis makes a move that's aggressive against him. He's just going, yeah,
Well, no.
I'll give you a bit of.
But you could have Brest for free right now. You could have Brest for free and Belgium for free, right? Those two things can't be held. You've not got any concerns about Berlin or any of that. It's just slip a fleet in and everything is fine. You can get Brest and Belgium. Even if he picks up Vienna, he's still taking units off the pitch. You've won. It's over. Forget it. What's the point of putting an army in Norway? What, you're going to convoy to Livonia now in the hope of picking up Moscow? You can have Brest and Belgium this turn. Oh, this can't be right. Disappointed. Disappointed.
Yeah.
So now, who's back in the game right now? Turkey?
So, like, also, like, the main reason why you'd see something like this in a general game is because maybe the player would go, that you were attacking would go, hey, I'll throw to the person on the other side of the board if you do this. And, you know, there's only 17 sensors on this side, and you did pick first, so you'd lose the tiebreak. But, like, look at the situation. There's no one on the other side of the board to stab to. There is no way they figure out one person to get those sensors. I think, yeah, Ed should have just taken those sensors.
So needless to say, that was a bad turn for Austria. I think there was a general sense that Austria's race was run. I think one too many switcheroos, perhaps, for Gelter. He probably felt like the game was going to be the kind of game that I thought it was, with a lot of cut and thrust and back and forth. But people's patience with that sort of thing runs out when on the West is going 7-8-9. So ultimately, that probably a failure to understand in that turn when he stabbed Nicolas, that Nicolas needed the fleets to hold, was what sealed his fate here.
So one thing that I do want to bring up, it probably was around 1905. I don't have the exact date, but I did hear through our back channel, there was conversation about trying to draw as early as perhaps 1905 would be my guess, is when that conversation was starting to take place. We do have a rule in the DBN Invitational that you cannot draw before spring of 1907. Based on the shift that we're seeing this turn, I don't know if that draw is still going to be in the conversation, but at least it was brought up as a possibility. Let's keep an eye on that as we move into fall of 1906.
Yeah, I'll take the East, I guess. You do see McAllis pushing into Trieste and getting Vienna. Maybe the builds are going to be enough to turn things around in the north, but I still don't see how he manages to get the power to overwhelm the English forces. But yeah, elsewhere, Zach trying to push out into the Ionian, McAllis making sure he can't do that, and Brandon picking up the cheeky center in Budapest just to get that extra build.
Yeah, it's lovely in a sense because he gets to build it in Warsaw as well. So yum yum. That's great news for Brandon. You look, Nicolas, I criticised him for not holding the line against France. He's done totally the other thing. He's thrown in his lot with France, which is, I guess, the other thing that you could do. If you don't think you're going to win, you can pick a horse. And that is what he has done. And he's obviously gone, I'm not going to stay viable and fight France, so I'm going to stay viable and work with France. So that's his decision. And perhaps, you know, that's a good decision. We'll find out. This is where you pick runners and riders, right? Who's my horse? And right now, I suspect Brandon wants France to win, and Italy wants France to win, and these things start stacking up, maybe. Even if Ed is in the better position, which is why I still think spring up. But maybe there's a deal. Roll it, Brian.
Winter of 1906, we got Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Army Warsaw, Fleet Smyrna, pushing on into spring of 1907. I just have one question. What the heck is going on in this game? This position, this French position, I've covered this for almost 5 years now. I don't think I've ever seen one quite like this before. We've got a treat coming up for all of us to watch in 1907.
Well, I mean, it's a treat if you like a continuing EF, I suppose. If what you love is just to watch an EF keep going, because that's what we're seeing. This time, Italy does decide to bounce Piedmont, at least. He's starting to think maybe he doesn't want to be completely surrounded. Zach, go on, my man. Go on, mate. Zach, you know, he's still trying to play some diplomacy in the corner. I mean, I've nothing further to add, really. Is the EF continues to roll, right? A little bit more safety first, a little bit, but not a lot. I don't know. I would love to know what... I mean, these guys, Ed and Michalis, maybe they did a deal right at the start. Maybe they flipped a coin.
Yeah, I would also like to point out here the retreat from Serbia to Albania instead of to Romania, or even to Bulgaria. They could have gone. Clearly, Greece got supported up by the French, and the French are also supporting. The Italians are also supporting the French into Ionian. So you would assume that the Italians are on board with the French here, but the retreat to Albania kind of says to me he's still going to make a last-ditch effort at saying, "Hey, Italy, please come on board and help us push this back. You know, we've got this line here where we can really try and do this." We'll see whether it works. And it does. They do push Michalis out of Trieste. Unfortunately, he does predict this, goes for Budapest, and he manages to pick that up. But they do have the Italian back on side. The Italian is making moves against the French. A little bit too late on that front, just because he's only got the one fleet there to block Turanian, although... I mean, it is going to work, potentially, because Zach also has these... I'm wondering, what did Aegean do? So Aegean support held Greece just to make sure that if Italy and France were working together, they couldn't take Greece off of Zach. And that actually prevents Zach being able to advance into Ionian here, which is unfortunate for him.
It's a mistake. If Italy doesn't like him, he can just walk into Bulgaria. So
yeah,
it's a bit moot, isn't it?
Yeah, but yes, they are now working together. There is a front against the French, even though the French manages to push into Budapest.
It's nice though. The Italians have kept him out of Turanian, which is nice. That's a nice defense. I mean, it's all a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Brandon had a really tricky guest in the east with Warsaw and Moscow. I mean, Ed decided to go for neither and forced to get out, but still, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, this EF way across the line. I think, again, we're back to the question, are they going to be able to stick with this forever? Only one can win. Spring of 1907, there was a draw proposal that was openly vetoed, so continued conversation about draws. Moving into spring of 1908, there were no adjustments for winter of 1907. In spring of 1908, let's focus our attention on the West, Dan.
So Michalis is winning right now because he picked second. Let's reiterate that. So if there was a draw proposal and it was openly vetoed, I hope it was openly vetoed by Ed. As if have they done a deal? Are we commentating this for no reason? Like, is this? I don't know. Is it difficult to say? Oh wait, there's loads of English units moving in the other direction again. Is this real? Is this real this time? Is this the big one, or is he going to sell it as a? I thought you were stabbing me. Is this the big one? He gets Warsaw, but then North Atlantic, English Channel. That feels like the juicy one, doesn't it? That's good. If you're Michalis, there's no way you're gonna. Yeah, this is the big one. It's happening.
Yeah, I think Michalis bought himself some time by somehow managing to pull off whatever negotiations stopped Ed stabbing him in the first place. But he hasn't done what he needed to with that time, which was get units up to attack Ed Sullivan, because this was always going to happen eventually. He was hoping that he could win by racing across the board and picking up those supply sensors from the other side. Ed was never going to let that happen, I think, and this is exactly what happens.
So here's the order of the game for me so far. The biggest question that I have is this retreat right here. I've got both of these English fleets moving in against me. I believe that Michalis is just picking up one, if I'm reading this correctly. Man, I sure would have liked to have removed that fleet and had a rebuild back at home. Does that mean anything? Is that a mistake? Is there something Michalis knows that I don't that's more likely? What are your thoughts?
Is he going to get a rebuild? I feel like he
He's
even...
going to be down one. He's going to lose Belgium, isn't he? Oh, no, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. I think maybe the retreat here is to try and make sure he can pick up Venice so that he can get a build instead of a rebuild. Although I think I would have liked just abandoning this front, but maybe abandoning this front at this point is just giving up your chance at the board top. So I can't fault him for this.
All right. Well, fall of 1908, East continues.
Does not lose Belgium. Guesses correctly. Does not lose Mid-Atlantic either. Hello.
This is Ed play again. It's like he should have pushed into Mid-Atlantic, right? There's no reason not to, but I think he's just going, Michalis will throw this game to me at the end. I may as well just stay in a position where I can threaten him and not actually attack properly. I think he should just attack properly at this point and end it.
Don't understand it, but that's why these players are better than me. We've got winner of 1908, Army Liverpool, Fleet London, Fleet Brest. No one else gets adjustments. Cold War brewing in the north side of this board.
This front looks okay. This front in Austria starting to look okay. Like, for France to hold. England... It's absolutely bonkers, isn't it? It's completely incomprehensible. But what possible reason he had for not forcing Mid-Atlantic then, I do not know. Maybe it was a misorder. I don't know.
I don't think it was a misorder. I really think it was Ed just going, I'll not do it. I don't know why. I feel like Michalis' only possible route to the victory right now is maintaining those Austrian centers so that at the end of the game, he can make a pitch to these Eastern powers, say, I've played a better game than Ed in some way, and try and get them to throw to him. I don't think there's any other way that he gets more centers than Ed has here. So I think he's right to try and hold what he has over there. But I don't think that's a particularly viable path to the win. I still think Ed is likely to take it.
I don't think it's a good argument either. I feel like Ed has, despite the fact that I am mad at Ed for not moving against Michalis twice, I do think he's played the better game here.
Yeah, I would agree completely. I think.
Yeah, we're only saying that because when Michalis put 2 units on, when he got those 2 builds in Austria, he didn't put on Fleet Brest Army Paris. That's the only reason we're saying that. Like, there's been opportunities, just haven't been taken.
Marcus, to you for the fall.
Okay, well, in the north, we are seeing, Michalis trying to reinforce his friends up here, stopping Ed from advancing into Picardy. Ed still doesn't seem to be making a particularly effective attack. Still, he's more focused on moving off into the Russian front again. I think he basically trusts that Michalis isn't going to take anything off him at this point. And Michalis can't really do very much there, so it's...
Well, Ed's relying on things in the east to keep the numbers where they are. As it happens, France is going up 1, down 1 over there, because he's got a mate in Turkey now. But or does he? He does and he doesn't, right?
Yeah, it is worth considering. We haven't been talking extensively about what's going on with Russia and Turkey, right? There are technically enough centers over there that they could overtake England if they managed to choose one of them to do so. And they have made significant progress wiping out Austria and then wiping out Italy now and getting France to turn around.
It's a dangerous game, having to balance that growth without upsetting the other player, without building too much risk, without throwing it over to one of those Western powers who are across the board. Brandon Fogel going up 2, but only able to build 1. Will Zachary Moore be upset about this? We'll find out moving into next turn. But what we do see is Ed Sullivan putting down army and Brandon putting down an army. And we've got 2 armies disbanded from Italy and from France. We say farewell to Nicolas Taillet. Forgot to mention a couple of years ago, said farewell to Nicolas Sahuguet as well. With Nicola Sahoge's elimination means we will not have German representation, a player earning their way onto the board from Germany. We've got farewell to another Italian, making those odds a little bit less as well. Winner of 1909. Adjustments conclude. We're moving into the final stages of this game, spring of 1910.
Dan, do you want to lead us off?
I mean, it's like, I think that the Cosmos is trying to give us the sense of what it must have been like to be Brandon Vogel playing this game. We're locked into commentating it, same as he was locked into playing it, with no escape. We have to just keep seeing turn after turn of EF. I mean, it's pretty clear, right, that that the decision is that Ed has won. That's clear. We've made that relatively clear. McCullers is just trying to sort of make sure that he doesn't lose all of his units, although he's moved out to, he's going to continue to lose dots. Someone is now vetoing this draw, right? And it isn't McCullers. So who's vetoing the draw? Maybe it's Brandon. Maybe he's like, screw you. I'm going to play this to the death. Who is it? Is it Zach? I'm having fun now. I was sat here for 3 hours in the corner, moving 2 fleets backwards and forwards and putting 2 units down and picking them up and putting them down and picking them up. Now I'm having some fun. I'm literally joking. I'm not going to draw. I got 4 fleets. Let's go.
If any power was going to benefit from a little bit of people getting annoyed at each other, it would be Turkey. So not necessarily a horrible strategy.
Yeah, he's putting his units back in where they belong, though. So I reckon he looks like he's a player who's had enough. Yeah, this will do. This is fine.
Yeah.
Did it? Yeah, I was right first time. Okay. Thanks, McCullers. There.
All right, Marcus, going to you to the east in fall of 1910.
Yeah, so I mean, Zach and Brandon still working together here. They do knock the French unit onto Serbia, and actually, Michalis takes that unit off the board and just gets rid of it. And that is a huge change from what he's been doing before. He did, of course, rotate back round when Ed came down to attack him, but he's got nothing left over there.
He's got 2 builds.
Yeah, and he does push into Belgium and into English Channel at the same time. Maybe he is making a play for the win off of this, and Ed might regret his choices of pulling everything back.
So, winner of 1910, 2 builds. I'm going to go to you for this one, Dan. What do we see Michalis Camarides put down, builds and position?
Well, at this juncture, if Michalis is trying to win, right? If now he's got his tail up and he's going to try and win, then he needs to win with the permission of Russia and Turkey. He can't hold those centers. So screw it, Fleet, Brest, Army, Paris. If he wants to discourage Zach from playing anymore, Fleet, Marseille, Fleet, Brest, or something. Like, you know, it all depends on what the meta narrative is.
All right, well, our adjustments are disbanded Fleet Clyde, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille. Man, we've got the race is on, spring 1911. Let's do this. Dan, I'm going to give you the spring turns. Michalis, I did it again. Marcus, I will give you the fall turns to cover Michalis Camarides. Dan, take it away.
So Turkey is not trying to force his way west here, because he's trying to set up an elaborate self-bounce that just keeps him in place. So the only effective move here is to put Brandon in Trieste. Fine. That's his decision making. Rome is sitting right there, doesn't fancy it, you know, whatever. Tunis to bounce, doesn't matter. That's his decision. Michalis doing a good job, trying to keep himself whole in all the various different 100 million places that he needs to try and stay whole, and also to put a little bit of pressure on the north. Why not? So, yeah, good set of moves from Michalis. Again, very conservative shuffling, very conservative shuffling from it. who probably thinks if he just keeps it solid that he will win.
God, this game is a beautiful disaster. I am here for it. We've got, who knows what is going on in this alliance structure. We've got Brandon Fogel and Zachary Moore perhaps working together to start chipping away at McCallis's center count, trying to get position so that they could perhaps chip away at Ed Sullivan's center count. Can anyone chip away at Ed Sullivan's center count if they work together? Fall of 1911, Marcus, what happens?
I mean, the answer is they do not chip away. It's Sullivan's center counts. McCallis does actually make a little bit of progress.
Oh
He
my
goes
God.
into North Atlantic Ocean, and there is
A little bit of
that is
progress is right.
He does lose Trieste at the same time, unfortunately for him. He is going to have to take something off the board. It seems like he's trying to reinforce in every direction at once, so he's not trusting Russia and Turkey to leave him alone in Venice and Rome, for example. Clearly thinking that he will need those centers to take the win, and I think that is accurate. I don't know whether he can actually... Like, North Atlantic Ocean is really nice, but I don't know whether it will get him a center. It's really tough to push this much further just because of the overwhelming English force on that front and the lack of French units. I do like that Brandon managed to get his home center open for the build without Ed Sullivan slipping in behind.
Isn't he still playing one short?
I think he just picked one up from Trieste.
Well, winner of 1911, we've got a disband from France. We've got two builds in the East. East powers on the rise a little bit. Any predictions for what we see here, Marcus?
I mean, I can predict probably Army Sevastopol. I'm not sure that these builds matter all that much, except for McCallis's disband.
We get a wave from Zachary Moore. We've got Army Sev disband in Silesia. That's not insignificant, but I understand it. Spring 1912, Dan Lester. Talk to us.
Well, Fleet Smyrna would have been nice, probably useful. Still sort of potentially 3 years, 4 years of this game left, especially now since he's pushing Tyrrhenian Sea. So, because that could now obviously be in the Aegean. So, a bit surprised, never mind. Russia's still trying to push on those French dots because that's where the pressure zone is. France, yeah, just trying to get himself organised, doing his best, just doing his best. And I think Ed sitting on what is a pretty solid line, trying not to mess it up. Happy to give up London here in the spring, as you would be. The convoy obviously, relieves pressure on the mainland, and you'll have 3 on London in the fall, so you'll probably be all right. He could lose one in England at some point, maybe immediately, but one's not enough because France is losing dots in the south, probably. But again, here we go, popularity contest. Like I said 2 years ago, 3 years ago, France can only win with the permission of Russia and Turkey.
Well, it is every single position, every single move counts for Ed Sullivan here. There is zero room for error in his order set if he's going to hold on to this. I mean, what are Zach and Brandon Fogel setting up for? That's my question. Marcus, what do you see there?
I mean, maybe they're going to make the play that we saw Evan and Matt Tatonci do yesterday, where they get just enough centers between them to have enough to overtake Ed, and then do a coin flip and say one of us will win instead. I think that could be an interesting resolution to this. I don't know if they have time. Is the problem that they do technically have enough centers between them right now, but they don't really have enough time to get the units into position. And Zach is going to go ahead and take Serbia off of Brandon at this point. Brandon not got anything to replace that, so that is going to come off for him. Well, bring something off. I can't imagine he would have wanted that. Zach is going up 2 here. He is making a play to get to that win. He does need another 4 to match where Ed is at. But if Michalis manages to take Ed down 1 or 2, he actually does have a shot, even if Brandon isn't just giving him this game. So I think great play from him on that front. And Michalis manages to take Holland in the north. Good tactics on his part. He does lose Munich to Ed, but Munich is a much more under threat center for Ed here.
On winner of 1912, we've got a disband from Brandon Fogel and from Michalis Kamaridis, and +3 for Zachary Moore's Turkey, putting down Constantinople, Army Smyrna, Fleet Ankara. Got disbands in Silesia and in Venice. Dan Lester, what is Zach thinking here? What is his next step going to be?
Well, that was a stab, right? There's no way Brandon said that was okay. So those 2 armies are going to go to Bulgaria, Armenia, and the fleet's going to go to Black Sea. And, you know, let's have Zach's still playing for fun. Like I said, in 1908, he just wants to play for fun. I'm having fun. I don't care who wins. Maybe it'll be me, probably not. Let's have some fun.
All right, so winter of 1912. Looks like this may be the end of the game. I'm just going to confirm. Look at Serbia. Yep, we've got Serbia taken there. 1913, is this where this game ends? It does not end here. Okay, so we're going to come back to this one. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can figure out what's going on with my order set there in Dipcast. We're going to go ahead and switch over to our other game.
What a point to leave it at.
Yeah,
that's the cliffhanger.
A little cliffhanger right here.
I'm sorry. I've had a look at it, and it is possible that Brendan is throwing this to Zach. It is. He could be negotiating to give Zach all of his centers. That could be happening. That could be happening right now.
I know Zachary Moore would be happy to have that happen. That's for sure. So just Marcus, you just watched that game. Set us up real quick. Kind of recap where we were. Help us make some sense of that game.
I mean, did we manage to make any sense of that game? That was insane. But like the main story of that game has been Ed Sullivan in England basically having a ton of power. Michalis going along with him as France sticking in this EF that seemed like it was too weak. Like the France was way too weak on that. England could just stab him and take the win. Somehow Ed never stabbed. Well, he came in a couple of times to stab and then backed off again. Let Michalis do his own thing. France kept advancing across the board. And then while that's all happening, there's just a lot of chaos going on in the East. Right towards the end of the game, of what we saw of the game, obviously might not be the end of the game, Michalis swings back round towards Ed, enacts a bit of a stab. It's not making much progress, but it is making a little bit of progress. And those 2 Eastern powers, Zach Moore and Brandon Fogel, just managing to get a chance to win a game that they really had no right to have a chance to win if Ed had played this a little more stabby, right? It's been an incredible game to watch, but also I cannot explain a lot of what has happened here.
Michalis has had his chances, I think, early to break the alliance before it became a procession. And when it became a procession, none of us have felt like Michalis has had a chance, apart from those 2, when he picked up those 2 sketchy ones in Austria and could have put down some builds in the west to stab. That's the sort of thing that super annoys other players at a table. When you feel like people aren't playing for themselves, when it's a procession, it's a deal. And 2 players who are good players, very strong players, decide they're going to have a procession. And, you know, Nicola and Yelta were playing a nice stabby game, right? And they weren't allowed to have that nice stabby game because of the procession. And now Brandon and Zach have been sat at this table for 4 or 5 years, having come into the game thinking they could make the final, now being basically told that someone from the procession, when it decides to sort itself out and make a decision, is going to win this game. This is where janky results can occur.
I want to point something out here. I think we're going to find out if this is a throw or if this was a stab. I think it all comes down to this move here in Serbia. We can see slipping in here. I am not the best tactician in this game, but as I'm reading it, I think Brandon Vogel may have some position to push back on Ed Sullivan's Warsaw if he's allowed to keep those units. It definitely will slow Ed down at a minimum. If by taking Serbia, if this is not a throw, that is gone. So Turkey could be in effect boosting Ed Sullivan's chances if Brandon Vogel is not on board with this exchange of centers. Something to keep an eye on for spring of 1913. Dan, this one's all yours.
Yeah, not a throw, not a throw. And of course, Turkey is obviously helping Ed anyway, because that's his meta-narrative, because he's attacking France, right? So that's, I mean, that would have been within the stretch of things. No, it's not a throw. It's not a throw. And yeah, now Brandon needs to come back and defend himself, which takes the pressure off of Ed to a degree. Ed gets to advance and use fewer units in the east. And that's bad news. That's more bad news for Michalis. Yeah, I think that's it. I think, you know, pressure's off. I think we're being dramatic. Ed did have 12, has had 12, has had his foot on the gas, and maybe the players will say that they were trying to draw for a long time and then they're just playing things out. Who can say?
Fall 1913.
Yeah, worth saying that Ed actually supported Michalis into Munich there, which I thought was an amusing little move. But Ed picks up Venice at the same time here, so actually manages to offset it and gets Holland at the same time. So going +1 there. Zach, unfortunately for him, getting beaten back on the Balkan front in Serbia here, manages to pick up Rome, but does not manage to get in Tunis, so he is going to be down a unit.
Winner of 1913, we've got +1 for Brandon Vogel, -1 for Michalis Kamaridis. The gap widening between Ed Sullivan and the rest of the board. Is there any reason the game does not draw here?
Because Zach vetoes it again.
Yeah,
just
nothing else to see here.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, I do not see a chance for any other player on this board. I think Ed Sullivan, despite his best efforts, is going to win this game, and he does. Game draws. Spring of 1914. Congratulations to Ed Sullivan's England coming out on top. My pick is still alive. Proud of you, Ed. Dan, this one was yours. Tell me, make some sense of this.
Yes, I can absolutely make sense of it. And what you've got is you've got, like I say, you've got at the beginning, all 7 people think they can win. And the players in the East, there's 4 of them. And the players in the West, there's 4 of them. Because Brandon decides to go both ways. And gradually, the West reduces, and remorselessly, actually, the West reduces its side to 2, and the East does not. The price for reducing your side to 2 is that you have 2 big powers, who are then the big powers. And in games of this nature, in a regular game, those 2 powers then keep going and blah, blah, blah. Maybe you make a solo, or maybe you get a 13-11 and it scores well for the tournament or whatever. But in a game where you only have 1 winner, those 2 powers must have been looking at each other with a degree of jealousy and saying, okay, well, I want it to be me. At some point, Michalis decides he can't win. I would like to know when that was. Which season in that 15-year game, Michalis decided he couldn't win, because that was when the game ended in real terms. And why he made that decision. Because in a simple scenario, if he could have persuaded Brandon and Zach that he should win, He would have. It's called diplomacy. As for Ed, he got in the box seat. At some point, McAllis decided he couldn't win. Ed knew that McAllis had decided he couldn't win, and he just tried to stay good, stable in that box seat, control what he could control, don't piss anyone off, hold his line, hold the 12. She did well, and it paid off.
Well, we are now back to our last game of the night. We are spring of 1908, so roughly halfway through our end phase for round 2, board 1. We're going to just kick back a couple of turns, just kind of get caught back up on our storylines. Spring of 07, we've got Andrew Koch convoying in to English centers into Yorkshire. In the East, it looks like we've got, oh yes, this is the game where no one in the East could kind of decide which team they were cycling or which they're allying with, but we started to see some signs of some stability in the East, perhaps, and I believe this is where we pick up. We'll continue switching years here. Dan, I'm going to have say farewell for you, yes. And we're going to bring Andrew back on. Andrew, welcome back. Thank you for sticking through all the chaos of that last game. We can start in on the chaos of this one. Spring of 1908. Why don't you take it away?
Right. So I remember roughly that we were in sort of an awkward tactical situation in the West. I think we're looking again where we left off. And so the refresher I give is London is not the retirement home that you would hope it would be. You don't really want to be there. You don't really want to stay there. And God, rent's expensive. And I mean, the tactics mostly show that. I don't think he can even guarantee swapping Belgium and London. You know, maybe I should have spent my break looking at this. Oh, well. Then, yeah, Marcus, remind me what's going on in the South. I see too many fleets, but also too many armies.
Yeah, I do not really remember. I think the South ended up being yours. The main thing that I was looking at was this French fleet that's just made a pilgrimage over to Ionian Sea, and it is now. I mean, it has the possibility to take Italian centers. We were debating, is that a good idea for it to do or not? Possibly not at this point.
Yeah, where we left off, we were going to make some predictions about who we liked to win this game. Bradley Grace sitting in North Sea and Ionian as France in 1908. You normally think that's great, but very much out of position. Ruben Sanchez seems to be in a much stronger position, but hasn't been able to find the alliances to keep the game going. So we will make those predictions right now. Marcus, you got to call it. Pick one power. Who wins this?
I think I like Ruben's position more than I like Bradley's here. I think it's important to look at not just what the units are doing right now, but where they're pointed and who people are sticking with, like who people are aligned with. I think Germany is quite strongly aligned with Ruben right now and is pointing towards France. And I think that could set up a relationship for them that could propel Ruben to victory at the end.
Andrew, anyone other than Ruben, or do you agree with that?
I mean, I'm looking at Bradley here, but the problem is I'm seeing echoes of Saren's game from yesterday and the relationship that Saren and McAuliffe had, where they both were sort of being second place and good at that, but this like there was sort of an invisible string pulling them back towards each other and hurting their mutual chances, and that's how Wardy ended up on top amidst his excellent diplomacy and staying alive as Austria. And so I'm seeing that again here, where if Germany goes down, France and Italy shouldn't fight, but the pressure to just seeing the other one pick up units. I mean, Saren only has 5, but it feels like more with Austria's impending doom here. And so I think that they just sort of, it's the same way that France and Germany are sort of just a mess right now. If probably when Ruben makes that move on Germany, I think the mess just moves and he gets out scot-free somehow. I think it's Ruben.
Ultimately, Ruben has the advantage that for both Bradley or Saren to grow, they're going to have to attack somebody that Ruben borders. So that could be the difference maker. So moving to fall 1908, I'm going to give Marcus the fall turns and Andrew the spring turns.
Okay, well, over in the West, we're seeing more advancing from this Russia-Germany alliance. They managed to push into Belgium. They managed to get Liverpool at the same time. So really, really painful turn for Bradley here. I think even he guesses wrong on London. He thinks that he's going to... he goes for the cut on Wales, thinking that it will support hold London, and tries to support in, and a beautiful counter move from Andrew, supporting the other way and just going for Liverpool. I mean, very, very painful turn for Bradley. And then in the south, we see Russia aligning themselves with Italy here, and that's a really painful thing for Austria, as we see they go down Vienna, they go down Trieste, and Turkey's on side as well, so they go down to Serbia. A very nice turn for Seren in particular down there.
Yeah, this is just great work. I wasn't sure. Do you want to just? Are we moving fast, or do I get to have a little moment in the fall?
You can take your moment, Andrew.
You can take my moment. Thank you. Look, I said Seren was on 5, but it doesn't feel like she's on 5, and this is why. Like, we can clear it's clear as day. We all knew this was coming. It's almost. I feel so bad we had to pause for Austria there, because presumably this happened hours ago, and we're all knowing and waiting, and the hammer was just waiting to drop, and it hurts. It hurts. So I hope they're okay. I hope they get a tub of ice cream after this.
Winner of 1908, Andrew Koch, going up to not a name that any of us mentioned in our predictions, but suddenly the world looking a little bit different for Andrew, tied for the top at 8 centers along with Russia's Ruben Sanchez. So a little bit of shift in the power structure in the West. 2 armies is what he builds with that. Kiel and Berlin. Ruben puts down Fleet St. Pete North Coast, and we got disbands of Marseille and Ionian from Bradley Grace. Seren Kwok puts down Army Venice and Army Rome. Spring of 1909, Andrew.
I want to stay in the south. I want to stay in the east. I think this is where the interest is coming, and this is why we didn't want to collapse Austria, right? As Turkey, as diplomacy set aside, friendship set aside, everything that we built up a couple hours ago. I'm going to remind you all, they were working really well. Walked out of Greece, right? And at one point, let Turkey stay on 5. There's fleets galore. I mean, this is why. I just don't think this works out in the end for Turkey. Seren is not going to be willing to let that be. But I don't know. What are you seeing, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking in the West here, the really big thing is just how Bradley Grace right now is hanging on by a thread, and that thread is Fleet English Channel. That North Atlantic Ocean unit, trying to get into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, if it does get there, everything is going to collapse. There's nothing that he can do to protect the centers in Iberia right now. You saw him remove Ionian from the board, absolutely could not afford to be maintaining a unit on the other side of the board. And right now he really needs a build so that he can put a fleet down and support it out into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. He forward retreats into Skagerrak, maybe hoping to get that. In fact, I don't think there was another option for him there. He's got the potential build in London. I think he absolutely has to hang on to that. And it looks like he actually possibly won't be able to. He'll have to make a very good guess because Edinburgh is threatened by Liverpool and North Sea. Oh, but he can take it off the board, which is exactly what he does. And now he gets that build back at home. He's going to become that France block of 5 centers that is basically... It's not impossible, but it's very, very difficult to take down without Italian assistance. Lots of attempted movement in the north. In fact, Skagerrak gets supported out into North Sea by the German unit. I don't know if that was a cheeky little get out of this place from him. But yeah, and Ruben pushing those fleets out, continuing to advance that way.
In the south, Serbia's nice. but ultimately, what's the game plan potential here? You've got 6 game years after this, going through 15. Like I said, Saren in Italy is just not going to let you become a threat. So your other option is Russia, and Russia is not going to let any risk happen to Budapest. Your best bet is nothing happening at all. Saren gets nervous, moves to Bohemia, and then Russia's like, whoa, let's calm down, right? And then you just are still in a defensive line and trying to win on 5, probably 4 by that point. I don't know. And France getting weakened, there's no longer a reason to head east or west. Making me nervous.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see Ink move to Khan in this position rather than Armenia. I like the idea of opening that up for a build. Smyrna probably going to east. Your threat is Italy, not Russia from this position. Just send up an army, play defense. But is what it is. Winter of 1909, we get Army Con instead. So probably Cameron has a plan that I'm not aware of. I'm not seeing. I'm sure it will pay off for Cameron. We see Bradley Grace building Fleet Brest, getting increasing that defense for that side of the board. Spring of 1910. Andrew, we'll go to you in the West.
Sure thing. I want to congratulate Andrew Koch for a second in Germany for having Russia on side. I know I remembered being like, eventually there's a sandwich, and God, I didn't want to see a third Russian fleet after some other games yesterday and today, but this is working out well for both of them, dare I say, and I'd like it to continue. I think there's sort of no reason either of them wants anything else. Eventually, I think Russia needs to start thinking about if there's a stab somewhere. They've gotten none of the dots off the island, which I would expect one. At some point, I'd expect one. But this is great in turn waiting play from Germany, because you can certainly promise that one, and it's not that you don't want to give it later, but if Russia's not in a position to win, negotiation-wise, you can just go, look, another time, I owe you one. And it's true, you do, but not in this game, not where it matters.
Yeah, I do want to jump on the West a little bit and also say I think Saren's doing an excellent job here in terms of making sure that she's doing the typical Italian thing of you move one unit, you can massively impact what happens in the other theater just by going to one of Piedmont or Tyrolia. And Tyrolia is the key here. Moved up to Tyrolia, and suddenly Kiel is forced to support hold Munich instead of moving to Ruhr. I think that's a huge difference in this position. Over in the east, we've got Constantinople moving up to Bulgaria. It looks like Turkey is very set on taking Sevastopol and siding with Seren, which is going to gain them a center. It might even gain them 2 centers here. I just worry that it's going to leave them as the weaker power of the pair in the east. And that's actually, yeah, that is... they do go for the extra centers. They even managed to get Sevastopol, so Cameron goes up that, but unfortunately, Seren is looking to be the dominant power in the east. And she does that by basically saying, you know, Russia, the alternative as I go to Budapest here alongside Cameron and we just crush you. Russia just goes in against Turkey with her, and she's still making gains. She's got a fantastic position all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think in the West, the most important thing is Irish coming off the board, because that's negated by losing Sebastopol. So there's just sort of a weaker push in the North. But I wasn't sure. You're not going to make it into Mid-Atlantic anyway. This might be better for everybody in an awkward sense, where now Turkey doesn't have to worry about a rebuild, obviously, but you know, the German fleets can activate a little bit more now. Other than that, I mean, this is like a pretty solid turn for Germany. Just with France walking backwards, that's what I want to see is fear, just fear.
Winter of 1910, we've got a 3-way tie for the top at 8 centers. I do not think 8 will be enough to win this, but I think it's going to be somewhere close to this. Right now, Ruben Sanchez with the lead based off the tiebreaker. My question for Ruben is, where does that next dot come from? All the rest of these are looking much more difficult, and you've got a nice little balance of power between our 3 leaders, all of them next to each other, going to be able to influence things. Bradley Grace could be kingmaker sitting in this position. Winner of 1910, Ruben puts down an army, so does Saren, and we see a disband from Cameron in Albania, spring of 1911.
I mean, what are you seeing, Marcus?
I mean, I was going to say I really like Saren's chances of winning this more than anyone else. It's even easier to say now that we see the moves, but especially if Bradley comes in to be the kingmaker in this position, he and Saren have had a fantastic alliance all game long. You've seen that fleet go down into Ionian several times, right? Well, into Tunis first, which I think wasn't part of an alliance, but then into Ionian later, which was. And yeah, Chris is entirely correct with this comment. Saren's next dots were more likely to be the Russian ones than they were to be the Turkish ones. Those Turkish ones take a little while to grind out. And she just goes ahead and flips again. She's flipped back and forth between them, getting centers every single time. Absolutely masterful over here in the East.
Yeah, I will say, Wardy, the reason Germany attacked Russia is because it's the right move. At this point, I think you understand that this stab is coming from Saren. The counterbalance is no longer yourself as Germany. The counterbalance is France. And just saying, look, you can't get through me in time, France. You can rotate into Western Med right now, this fall, and here. Liverpool comes back, you'll get a build, everything will be okay, right? I think maybe it's more interesting to see if France decides that Belgium is also the price for previous infidelity. If that's the case, I think Saren walks away with the game because fundamentally that's going to kill any sort of negotiation in the north. Excellent. Patience from France. And I agree with that. I also agree with not convoying the army over right away from Edinburgh. I saw that go there as an idea if you had still a hostile France that was willing to tap North Sea, but you wanted to guarantee Norway and Sweden. But this is just a nicer way of executing that plan. I wonder if there's more value in Silesia versus Tyrolia, but I don't know. Tyrolia is really nice when there's nothing guarding those things. The value of Silesia is you're giving Russia a future. At this point, there's not much future, but there's something to play for, and there's an edge to hold. Marcus, what do you think? Tyrolia, Silesia?
I mean, I like Tyrolia. I am also aware because of what Saren has done here. She's picked up 3 builds, so it's not going to be quite as undefended as otherwise. But I think if you're just jumping in and trying to immediately cause as much disruption to Saren's plan as possible, Tyrolia is the better place that ties down more of those units. Silesia is more if you just want to hold the line against Saren for as long as possible, which, I mean, I feel like Germany might be able to just push in and take Warsaw, especially considering they just went up Norway and Sweden.
I want to give a shout out to Andrew Koch. I have been extremely impressed with his play and just showing tremendous vision, really understanding how positioning these units can shape the structure of the board. Just phenomenal play. But in the world of phenomenal, you've got +3 Saren Kwok going up, dominant Italian position. Many times the player who controls the Balkans wins these games, particularly when they're tight and lower center count. Will the rest of the board be able to react from this position? I am not sure that they will. We're going to find out as we move into spring of 1912.
I do want to say that the only reason that they have a chance to catch up is because of how effective they've been at reacting to this threat, right? Immediately when they needed to, Andrew pivoted against the Russian, took those centers, and went down into Tyrolia. That is excellent play, and it's why these players are on the top board, Andrew and Bradley well, not on the top board, in the DBNI tournament, reacting extremely well to this. I'll go ahead and take the West here for a change. Interesting thing here is them going into Norwegian Sea with Norway and North, blowing that up so that Ruben gets that rebuild at home. I wonder if Ruben is just very frustrated at Seren for having done this to him, and he's willing to just put down armies. It certainly looks like he is after those that taking of Norway and Sweden. One other interesting thing here, Bradley walking into Belgium behind the German. I think it has to have been agreed. I feel like that's too ineffective of a stab to be a stab. But he is going to get Tunis as well, so there's a question of, does he really need that?
Yeah, I think it's a point of saying at some point you'll pick up St. Petersburg to Germany, and this is how we keep numbers relatively even, right? Because they're going to go to 8 and 8. Tunis is 9, St. Pete is 9, so then they're on 9 and 9, and it's sort of, if we can deal with Seren, then we can deal with whatever our problems are later. That's roughly what I'm seeing from the count. I don't know if I love double armies from Seren. I think that it allows France to actually have a chance to get in Turanian and get further. Maybe that's a diplomatic thing. Maybe the idea here is there's not a ton of time. Bait enough, give France an idea of stabbing Germany for a win, and then as we've seen, Seren has been excellent about playing people off each other and profiting, right? My only worry would be if it's a good stab, then France wins. Ooh, well, that's interesting. I mean, not covering Trieste. That's shout out Coke. He's got the tactics. He showed that there. He's working really well with Russia to prevent any progress there as well. And this is my other concern about double army and then moving to Trieste. Just sort of, it wastes a move and it wastes defenses. You're going to pick up the Turkish dots by the end of the game inevitably, but you're not really going to get anything more out of that. I think when Seren got to this big number, the next thing I was looking for is, well, is it half the board? And I was like, no, it's a minor stalemate line. There's something that can be held here, like theoretically speaking. But with Tunis, it's sort of 12. And it's not a great 12 if Russia is still willing to, work things through. I think it's more, what the heck happened in the West, Marcus?
I don't know. It looks like they've fallen out. Maybe that Belgian move wasn't arranged. He does go in for it. It looks like Bradley, thinking that Andrew will value the North Sea over trying to get Belgium, just goes for that. Andrew decides that the center is worth more than the North Sea, which is a really interesting decision considering that's, yeah, exactly. That's so threatening of a place to be, but it is a lone French unit. There's nothing else there, so it can slip into Norway, but it can't do much more than that. And of course, they are still both attacking Seren on the other front. They're just having this little internal war in the north at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, tactically, I'm going to jump in. I love giving up North Sea here because it's frozen. It's always going to be tapped, and eventually it has to leave if it's going to take anything off of you. It's, I think I borrowed from chess already. There's the idea of like getting a knight stuck on the side of the board, and that's really bad because it just sort of limits what it can do from there, even if it was great moving there. It was great moving to North Sea. What do you do now? Like, if you're going to defend Liverpool, you're tapping north, but then you can't move to the channel. Belgium's going to the channel. You've got to build, but then all those theoretically fleet Brest, they're frozen. They're not going anywhere. And in the meantime, it looks like Germany actually has a bit of growth potential.
All right, winner of 1912. We've got some big adjustments here, I believe. We'll go ahead and take a moment and do some predictions. Andrew, I'm going to give you the adjustments in the West. What do you want to see from Bradley Grace and Andrew Koch?
From Bradley's perspective, I don't think there's an option besides Fleet Brest. If you don't, you're giving up either Liverpool or English Channel, and both are bad. Both are real bad. There's not really another option. For Andrew Koch, I think you're going to be tempted to build another fleet, and I haven't looked at it completely, but I would say don't. I would say I don't think you need a fourth fleet here to secure anything. You might end up chasing this French fleet like cartoon style around Scandinavia at some point, but ultimately put that army in Munich, make it a clear understanding of what's going on. Tactically, you can tap Burgundy and Tyrolia to make sure you're cool, and then it can tap Tyrolia as well. And then Trieste is not going to get exercised anytime soon. And there's the chaos will reign in honor of Zachary Moore.
Marcus, your adjustments in the East.
I mean, it's tough. I'd almost be tempted to, like, I feel like there's some temptation to just put down a fleet because there's 2 French fleets there. You want 2 Italian fleets to come up against them. But the position you've ended up in here, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of point in like spending all that time pushing the French fleet out of Tyrrhenian Sea. I'd be more tempted to build an army just to get these German armies off your back specifically. Just because Trieste is so painful if you can't get rid of it.
Well, and Germany is probably the big threat for the win for this game, whereas if Bradley picks up one more, that's probably not going to be able to catch you.
Yeah,
all right. Winner of 1912, we see Army St. Pete from Ruben Sanchez. We do see the Army in Venice from Saran, Army Munich in for Andrew Koch. No Fleet Brest. We've got Army in Paris. I understand it. That looks really threatening to have Burgundy so threatened, but that's a lot of vulnerability in those fleets you were talking about, Andrew.
Yeah, I think first things first, I was rooting for an attempt to pop Vienna. I just get that out of the way. I'm sad it didn't happen. It wouldn't have worked, but I was rooting for it. Especially if there's anyone who's going to do it, it's either Saran or Koch. And I guess that's the reason not to. Is you're the 2 people that would see it coming. This is pretty much what I would expect. Although this is just, are these brave guesses versus diplomacy? Walking out of Munich, I think with the assumption that Silesia or Bohemia will cover in the fall, maybe you expect it to get dislodged, right? Serbia is great. That's a Western unit, so I get to mention it. And then I think the only thing is there's maybe some value to kicking them out of the North Sea immediately. Ruben's move is a little unnecessary. Personally, I would just say just cover it in the fall and walk in behind or something. Like I would negotiate that. Hopefully, I don't think Ruben really has a super big chance just on time constraints. But I think kicking him out of the North Sea, given he decided not to build a fleet, feels pretty important. Because from there, you can guarantee Liverpool in the fall, unless he retreats to Yorkshire, in which case you guarantee Liverpool or London in the fall, because there's no fleet to follow up. I see guarantees, and I see ways to push through the island. And if not, North Sea goes to what? Sweden? Who cares? Denmark? Who cares? It can't affect anything that matters on the board, and you can walk through in a 3v1. I see fleets coming back in the West, but you're going to get bottlenecked in Mao, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing in the East here, specifically with regards to Tunis and Tyrrhenian, is what we were saying earlier about Saran having that good alliance with Bradley, and that might come in to give her the win at the very end of the game. I think this war between Andrew and Bradley has realized he is too much on the back foot. He is not going to be able to push for the win here. And if it's going to be between Andrew and Saran, the person who hasn't attacked him is Saran. So he's giving Tunis over to her. Yeah, and that continues in the fall. We do see that brave Serbian unit going all the way across the board has now been disbanded. There has been international cooperation in the Balkans here, getting Turkey into Romania. That was Ruben doing that. I think Ruben's goal might still be to stop Saran winning the game, given the stab that happened. But actually, Germany does get into Warsaw as well, so they are getting that. But I really do think that Saran has the advantage here, and Saran got into Marseille.
Yeah, net of all of this, +4 for Saran Kwok. 14 centers, massive distance between a 5-center distance between Germany's 9 centers. I don't see any way that Saren loses this one. We'll just push forward, see if I'm wrong. Stop me if you see something. Players
I see
agree.
a game overtake.
Well, it's like you can convoy Norway over to the island, and then maybe you can get through those two in time. But handing over Marseille is effectively GG, and that's what we see. Well played, Saren.
Saren Kwok, the final participant in this year's Super 7 for the 2024 DBNI top board for our championship game. Congratulations, Saren. We said yesterday, I said yesterday, that I have been impressed by Saren. Feel like she helped transform this game, played it in a way that I have just not seen anyone else do, primarily on the strength of alliances. There was good negotiation in this game, but that is not how Saren won this game. To me, Saren won this game. This was a knife fight. And Dan Lester should be proud. He brought that up for the last game. Obviously, can't get anywhere without making good diplomatic decisions along the way, especially the relationship between France and Italy coming down at the end. But this was a fight, and Saren managed to scrap her way to victory in this game. Andrew, this was your board. What is the storyline for you? How did Saren make this happen?
I mean, I think there's two key moments here highlighting Saren's just masterclass in the South, to steal words from the YouTube chat, getting people to kill Austria, getting people that should not want to kill Austria there to kill Austria. And then the progression was just, it was clear. It was just clear as day that unless France managed to rotate all the way down, these centers are just going to end up being Saren's. They're going to get colored in by the green machine. And there's nothing that anyone can do about it, because that's how the tactics of the board work once the diplomacy is over.
Marcus, close out our thoughts for this game.
Yeah, and I just want to say that was amazing, both negotiation and play from Saren there. Once she got sweeping, like a phase before she got sweeping, we were saying, who's going to win? Is it going to be Bradley or is it going to be Ruben? And then suddenly Italy exploded. And that was absolutely incredible. I do also want to call out Andrew and Bradley's response to that. I think it was excellent. I remember, I mean, it's a game very dear to my heart because I lost in it, the 2021 DBNI final, where Peter McNamara ended up in almost exactly the same position as Italy. And the three Northern powers couldn't get their act together and stop him basically fast enough. I think this was exactly what they had to do in that game, and they perfected it here. Just the negotiation wasn't there. He wasn't able to. Andrew was able to get the upper hand, but he wasn't able to convince Bradley that he deserved the win more than Saren did at the end of the day.
I'm going to bring back Dan Lester onto our group. Welcome back to the booth. Dan, final thoughts on that game?
You guys said it all. That was a great game, wasn't it? That was so much fun. And I'm delighted to see that someone who managed to get their fleet, an Italian fleet, into the Black Sea, and whatever it was, spring 1904 or something insane, got their just desserts. Well done. Great game. Well commentated. Loved it.
Well, I want to thank each of y'all for this broadcast. We have got a fantastic group of players in our Super 7. At the top of the show, we asked, will we still see continued performance by our underdogs, or are we going to see a return to form from the favorites? Very, very strong response to that. The top seeds did strike back. In March Madness, the underdogs often get the spotlight in the early rounds, but the favorites shine through at the end, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, like you look at all three of these players and they have won their games their way. Peter McNamara, France, clinical, surgical, right? Never in doubt, really precise, fantastic play. unrivaled. Ed Sullivan, I've never had the pleasure of playing a game with him, but I understand this is also his way. Just dictate, right? Dictate terms, get ahead, do enough, which is perhaps why round one was such a shock. That he played in exactly that way, his way, and it didn't pan out for once, right? It's like, how is that even possible? But this time, stick to what you do, stick to your thing, does it again, pays off. And then just now, Seren, right? Wizardry, right? Diplomatic wizardry. You attack people and then make up. Have things that are set, relationships that are set, and relationships that are fluid, and work them all to your advantage, and win a board diplomatically with probably, is it the most dominant performance so far? Like 14?
Center count wise, probably. It'll be close.
So they all won in different ways, or won in their ways, which is why I think the final, you put those together with the 4 that won yesterday, who were obviously former players, right? 1 game, 1 win. It's going to be super exciting.
Marcus, close out your thoughts for this weekend's games. You've been with us all weekend, and then set up some the things you'll be looking for the championship game next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to emphasize it was the day of the underdogs yesterday, day of the overdogs today. They have come back to form. And I did also want to say this weekend's been so exciting in the variety of games that we've seen and approaches to that. And even just seeing how balanced this game can be at the highest level. We've seen wins in 7 games from 6 different countries, only Germany not managing to get a win in these, which I think is absolutely incredible to watch. And all of these coming about in very different ways. We had that win yesterday on a coin flip. Essentially, we had wins through negotiation. We had wins through excellent tactics. You know, it's just been absolutely incredible to see. For the championship, very interested to see whether there's some kind of underdogs versus overdogs thing, or whether everyone views themselves each other as equals, because really they should view each other as equals going into this. They have all gone almost as far as you can go in this hobby and got to the top board of this incredibly prestigious championship.
Andrew, you said at the top of the show we got it wrong. Today, I think we got it right. What's your takeaway from this weekend's games?
My takeaway is that I can't wait for the next weekend. I can't wait for the championship, because I know that it's going to be interesting from the moment the Paris goes down. Being here on this broadcast has been fantastic because it's been fun. And all the games have been exciting and different. Like the different countries is like an easy way to say, look, it's a fact that proves we're cool and different and interesting, and not just the same game over and over. But I don't think I've seen the same spring, I think, in any 2 games. Please don't fact check that. But what was Black Sea? Russia almost made it around the bend twice. French were all over the place. It's been fantastic.
Championship game next weekend, 6 different countries represented. Really, really exciting. We don't know the broadcast time quite yet because we've got players from lots and lots of different time zones. We get the fun of trying to figure out what time that will be. Previous broadcasts have usually been 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. I would say that's the most likely, but definitely not decided. Stay tuned to the DBN website and YouTube channel and Discords and all of those things. We'll definitely keep everyone up to date about when that will happen. If you'd like to get involved, you'd like to play more games, this is probably one of the most important links, the VWDC server. This is a Discord server. It is the main hub for much of the virtual play. If you get connected in that community, they will get you connected everywhere else that you'd want to be. If you'd like to see some upcoming games, go to our website at diplobn.com/schedule. You'll be able to see all of the upcoming events. We've got a ton of them happening even over the next couple of weeks. I want to thank each of our analysts for joining us. This broadcast has been a blast. Andrew, always appreciate, it's been a while since you've been on. Really glad to have you back. Really entertaining, and love the perspective you bring, representing that extended deadline perspective, something I definitely want to see more of here on this channel. We've got Marcus. You have been a longtime analyst with us here on DBN, and always a pleasure to have you in this DBNI. Dan Lester, you are a recent addition to the team. You bring so much insight. I learn every time you are on air. Really appreciate having you. And I'd like to thank everyone else on the broadcast team that got involved behind the scenes. Kevin O'Kelly, don't think he slept this weekend. He was working not tirelessly, he was exhausted, but working around the clock to make sure that all of our games were running, to help coordinate players and GMs and produce and build graphics, just working his butt off. Really appreciate that. Brandon Vogel put in a ton of work behind the scenes while also trying to play games to update Dipcast with all the games and the player information. We've got Hal Schild building videos. We've got Ben Kelman on the sideline, and our GMs, Dave Maletsky, Sabia Huja, Steve Hogue. Could not do it without them. And one last shout out to our alternates for being on standby. Stay tuned again. We've had alternates have to jump into that final game as well. Hopefully we don't have that situation, but we'll be prepared for it. All of that to say, it takes a crew to put this broadcast together. And most of all, I want to thank our players for putting together some of the best games of diplomacy that I've ever had a chance to watch. Congratulations to our top 28. Congratulations to our Super 7. I get to watch the broadcast next weekend. Cannot wait. Hope everybody had a great time. Hope everybody stays safe. Stabs well. Have a great evening.